I would ask if you have a cell phone or tablet device, if you'll silence those or put them on, or turn them off so as not to interrupt today's proceedings. We'd appreciate it. The procedure will be to introduce the case record on the wall here, as the Codes Department has it, by means of a PowerPoint presentation. We'll present any plans, photographs, and maps of the properties involved in today's cases. We'll also present any letters that we have in support or opposition to a particular case, as well as any correspondence from other government agencies. At the conclusion of our presentation, the applicant will come first, along with any persons in support. And then after the applicant, if there's opposition, the board will hear from those parties opposed to a case. After the opposition has spoken, the applicant will have a period for rebuttal. In the board's rules, the board's rules provide that applicants in cases without opposition have 10 minutes to present their testimony to this board. In a case that has opposition, the board provides 15 minutes per side for that case. So if you have multiple speakers to speak for or against the case today, please work out your times before you come up. To your right will be a clock. You see the white clock there to your right. We'll keep time. Time will be stopped for any questions made by the board and be restarted once those questions have been answered. All section numbers that I refer to today come directly from the Metropolitan Zoning Code, which applies to the entire jurisdiction of the metropolitan government. It was adopted by the Metro Council and became effective January 1st, 1998. And I'll introduce and make part of the record the zoning code, and will dispense from reading individual sections unless the applicant or opposition requests that those sections be read. The code requires that these proceedings be taped. Therefore, anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward. I have 3 spots for you. On the desktop there will be a button for speak. You'll notice the red light will come on your microphone. That mic's hot. Go ahead and say what you want to say. When you're done talking, if you would, please turn that microphone off. We'd appreciate it. It should be noted that it's found as anyone's presented false or misleading testimony to this board that may have affected the board's decision, any approval may be revoked at a later date by means of a show cause hearing. The board will go through all cases set for the public hearing today, and after each case, the board will discuss and then vote on that case. The board's vested with the power to act on these cases before us under Section 1740, 180 of the Metro Code of Law. The code requires that 4 members be present out of the 7-member board to constitute a quorum to be able to hold a meeting. I do have 5 members present today. The code also requires that you have 4 affirmative votes. So today I have 5 members present. In the event that you have a tie vote, and that would be a case that does not have 4 votes, be it 3 votes for and 2 against, or 2 for and 3 against, that case will stay on our agenda for the next 30 days. So it will come up again on the 19th of April, and if none of these 5 members change their vote, your case is deemed denied by operation of law. The applicant or any aggrieved property owner may request a rehearing of this board within 60 days of this public hearing. Further, the applicant or aggrieved property owner may appeal this board's decision to Chancery or Circuit Court within the same 60-day period. After 60 days has elapsed, the board's decision is final, and no further action may be taken. If you're an applicant and your case is granted, it is necessary for you to come and pick up the permit for which you've applied. You can begin doing so on Monday morning at the Codes office where you filed your appeal. It should be noted you have 2 years from today's date to obtain your permit. So if you don't pick up your permit within 2 years of today's hearing, the board's approval in that case is null, and you'll have to start over and come back before and seek approval after that 2 years. Mr. Chairman, I submit that all cases were filed in order. Appellants were notified by certified mail as required by the code. All affected property owners were notified by first-class mail, and a legal ad was published in the Tennessean as required by the code. And before I begin preliminary announcements, the board allows elected officials, should they wish to address the board at this time. I see 1 council person with me. Do we have any other council members or elected officials who wish to address the board? Councilman Mitchell, come forward.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Bo, get that.
Good afternoon. I'm here on case 2012-33, an appeal by Division II Constructors. Division 2 came out and met with the neighbors. And in fact, I am one of the neighbors that they are affecting. And I think we came to a pretty good agreement between the neighbors and Division 2. And Mr. Hargis, has that been provided to the board?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if those requirements that, the Division 2 constructors has agreed to is okay with the board, the neighbors, we're okay with this happening. The only question that I would have for the board today is the one concern that the neighbors have, if this is allowed, can they bring in inert material onto the property, from other locations? If they're doing excavating at another place, can they bring it to this location and store it? Would that be allowable for them? Because the neighbors have agreed to allow, all of their equipment they're using, the materials, the pipes, whatever they're using. It's just the dumping of the dump trucks, the smacking of the back of the dump trucks, at all hours of the day. That they have done some of that prior to this, and a little rock crushing, and that's what brought this to your attention. I made several phone calls to codes, but if they're just going to store their equipment there, neighbors are fine. But if we're giving them a blank check to bring other materials there, then the neighborhood's against it.
Councilman Mitchell, this is an area near Pegram, is that correct?
Yes, it's on Macquarie Lane. In fact, it's directly across from Hidden Lake State Park.
And near the Veterans Cemetery?
Right down from that, probably 0.2 of a mile.
Okay, so like you said, the neighbors are fine with the use that's listed, but they don't want any other kind of materials coming and
right, and we're just making sure with this variance, it's not allowing the other materials. From what we've been told, we're going to store our dump trucks, our construction equipment, materials that they're using on job sites. If they order too much material, they're going to bring it back there, and that's fine. But if you're going to do an excavating project and you're hauling the rock back there, we don't want that.
Joey, what's your understanding of how this is listed if we vote on it? Would it just allow for that, or does it allow them to do more?
Well, the code for this definition of building contractor supply would generally allow the type of storage the councilman's talking about of rock or excess brick or.
So they could bring it there and dump it and do all that?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course,
you all certainly have the ability to condition and place reasonable conditions on any appeal.
And it sounds like, Councilman, that the neighbors are.
Yeah, pretty much. If they have excess brick or block or something like that, we see no problem with that. It's just what they put in dump trucks.
Is there anything or any amount that's acceptable?
No, because then if you allow them to do that, it's the time in which they do that. It backs up directly where they're storing this, directly across the river, is Newsom Station's subdivisions. Mm-hmm. So you've got 1,250 homes back there, and construction, they need to start early a lot of times, and if you allow that dumping, they've got dump trucks full of stuff, and that noise of that dump truck gate smacking up against as they dump is very disturbing. People young, it's a neighborhood full of young children, babies, and they just wake them up at 5:30 in the morning, or they continue to dump till 9 o'clock at night.
From your perspective as a Metro Council person now, have you heard anybody who's in favor of allowing this to happen?
Yeah, we actually met. There was probably 30 neighbors that came to a meeting at Cross Point Church about a week ago, and we sat down, and that's what the agreement that you've been provided by Division Two's counsel, Mr. Herbert, came up with, it came directly from that meeting, from listening to the concerns of the neighbors. And the one thing he heard over and over, because there was a project recently, McKay's, the new McKay's, it was a construction project near their base of operation. They didn't have room on that piece of property to do what all they needed. So when they excavated materials, they took it back there, dumped it, and they just had a rock crusher just conveniently there. So
You're not talking about McKay's, you're talking about this construction company.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So they took it there and, stored it there and crushed the rock there. And that's probably why we're here for this appeal, because the neighbors were livid in calling me day and night, which they should have been. So I called codes, and they were, violating codes by the operation they had going there.
Okay.
We're willing to, that's fine. We're saying they didn't know any better.
Sure.
That's fine. We're just wanting to make sure we don't want to stop anybody from being able to do their business. We just don't want them, they've agreed to what they're going to do. We just want to don't give a blank check that we didn't realize we were giving.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ewing, while the council was talking, I spoke to the applicants. They're agreeable to that condition as well.
Okay, so the deal has basically been cut based on this community meeting that Councilman Mitchell had?
It is, yeah. What the councilman brings up is not listed in this.
Oh, it's not?
No, sir. So it'll be something we can discuss when the case comes to.
Well, they do say they agree to,
the crushing.
I don't know why you would have to agree to follow the law, but it does say that they will follow the noise ordinance or comply with the noise ordinance. So
Mr. Hargis, I just wanted to verify rock crushing. They still, even with this, they could not do rock crushing on this premises, correct?
Not as a part of a building contractor supply use.
Okay, it would have to be industrial, correct?
The prior use did permit such activities.
Okay.
And that use is, the legally non-conforming use of the property today.
Okay, but it's not a permit for them to. The quarry is not permitted.
No, it's the last use on the property. It's not an active.
Okay, but with this agreement, they will not be able to do rock crushing on the.
As a part of this appeal, they could not. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's.
We'll talk more with Joey before we pass something, because you started off by saying that not everything that we've just discussed is in this.
That's correct, and really, it's probably more appropriate during the time the case comes
Okay.
to discuss that. But it's basically what the councilman addressed.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Councilman Anthony Davis is here. He would like to wait for the case 2012-37, Urban Green Lab. Would like to talk to you before the case begins. So we'll let him. Are there any other elected officials present before we begin? Okay. Seeing none, the board has a consent agenda. Prior to today's hearing, a board member reviews the record on the case, and if they feel that the testimony in this case would not alter the material facts, they recommend that case to the remainder of the board for approval. And I'll enter now into the record those cases that have been recommended by Mr. Richard King. And if there's anyone here in opposition to one of the case numbers that I call, please raise your hand. And we'll remove that case from the consent agenda and put it back on the agenda in regular order. The first case recommended for the consent agenda is case 2012-38, Joni Floyd at 26 Garden Street, requesting a variance in side setback in R6 to construct a new 2,000 square foot single-family residence. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 38? Case 38. Mr. Chairman, seeing none, the irregular shape of this lot necessitates a need for a variance in that case. Mr. King recommends that case for approval. The next case recommended for the consent agenda is case 2012-40, Paragon Group LLC. The applicant and Woodland Street Partners LLC, the owner of the property at 2005 East Side Avenue. They are requesting a variance in the street setback to construct a new single-family residence on the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 40? Present. Mr. Chairman, seeing none, the The topographic conditions of this site necessitate a need for a variance in this case. Couldn't read my own handwriting there, I'm sorry. And Mr. King recommends that case for the consent agenda. The next case recommended for consent is case 2012-41, HCA Health Services. The appellant owner of the property at 330 23rd Avenue North requesting a variance in street setback to install monument-type ground sign. Is there any opposition present to case 41? Mr. Chairman, seeing none, this is a request to place a sign. This sign, normally in sign setbacks, we run into situations where the sign is perpendicular to the street. That creates a visibility issue. This sign is actually parallel to the street and up against the building that exists there today, so there are no visibility issues. The traffic folks at Traffic and Parking had no opposition at all. We discussed with them early on. That's why you have nothing in the record from them on the variance. They didn't even wish to see it. And that Mr. King recommended that case for consent. And finally, case 2012-42, the YMCA, 8101 Highway 100, requesting a special exception to install a new parking lot with 72 spaces. Anyone here in opposition to case 42? Mr. Chairman, seeing none, this actually comes back to you as an amendment. The board approved the YMCA in Bellevue. They are wishing to expand some parking there. That parking area originally was a green area, so this request is to grant approval, and we would amend the revised plan with the current site plan they're proposing as being the approved master plan.
So Bellevue Y is doing quite well.
Apparently doing quite well and needing some parking.
And Joe, one of the in our materials, one of the recommendations for that parking lot, and maybe Public Works said that they requested that it be approved with a pervious surface. Is that something that they agreed to do, or is that?
Or was that just a Public Works?
Well, it was in our. I don't know who it was. It was in our material.
Was that the
Someone
planning?
from the city.
I'm sure their intention, without being able to speak for them, is to probably do it whatever the current surface is. You know, I'm quite aware that that's a very nice environmental way to.
I believe that comment was probably from the planning department.
It was from the planning department. That was their recommendation. So I didn't know. I mean, but that's not part of their recommendation. It's just to approve. Okay.
Since there's no one
We
from
just
the.
want them to conform to what they're already doing.
Right. I mean, I imagine, I don't remember what kind of surface, but it was years ago.
It's an asphalt surface,
Yeah, it's probably
tree
not
islands,
impervious.
and
But they'll have to conform to the urban forester and
they
everything.
do.
So.
They do. And the plan they've submitted conforms to the landscape code.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that is the consent agenda recommended by you, sir.
Thank you. Have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Motion approved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
So moved.
You're here for cases. Turn my own mic on. If you were here for cases 38, 40, 41, and 42, your cases have been approved. You are free to go. Mr. Chairman, with that, we'll call the first case today. First case on today's agenda is case 2012-15. Mr. Richard Agbegor is the appellant and owner of the property at 181 Little Green Street. He is requesting variance in parking, landscaping, and driveway width. The ISR request has been withdrawn as part of his amended site plan. This is in the IWD and UZO districts to construct a new one-story, two-bay building for auto repair. And I'll get you the dimensions on those. Referred to the board under section 1712, 1712-020, 1720-030, and 1720-060. And this case has been deferred from the meeting of February 2nd and March 15th. March 15th, because we did not have a quorum to hear this case. As part of that, the record was provided to Mr. Harper, along with a copy of the DVD of those proceedings. Mr. Harper, have you reviewed the record in this case?
I have.
All right. Do you wish to participate in this case?
Yes.
Okay. The record will reflect that Mr. Harper is eligible to participate, and we will have, I believe all members present today are eligible to participate in this case. So Let me step back, and I'll go through the slides and photographs and
Joe,
submit.
before you start, I just wanted to sort of be clear on the rules of how we're doing this. Are we continuing the hearing? Are we going to,
This is a continuation of the hearing, so we're picking up where the record ended on February the 2nd in this
So,
case. So all testimony to this point is to be considered part of the record.
so what are we going to do about time and rebuttal and?
That I can leave to the chair if he wishes to apply the normal time rooms of 15 per side.
I mean, are we going to, I'm just, since I just reviewed this, I'm not really particularly interested in rehashing everything. If I don't know if there's certain points we want to address. I mean, I'm asking the board.
Why did I think that we were hearing this anew? Was this a different case?
In the prior meeting, we attempted that procedurally. We could not, one of the members of the opposition was not present that day, and so the record itself, we needed those 4 members or one of the 2 members who did not participate to review the record. So as it stood on the 15th, we only had 3 people here that could have heard it, and I don't have a quorum to hear that case.
Okay, so if we're going to continue, what's the board's preference on 5 minutes each side?
5 or 10?
Yeah, I mean, I think we gave him pretty good indication about what needed to take place, and I think we just need to go from there, don't you?
And I think that there's a little, I think we need to be clear on exactly what's being proposed because we've had a couple of different proposals.
Right.
And so I think we need to make sure we have time to understand exactly what's being proposed. So, I mean, I'm good with, 10 minutes, 8, 10, whatever
Right.
we think.
Let's do 10 apiece.
And I would propose that we try to focus on what's changed, because there were site plan changes, and I think perhaps the opposition should also speak to what changed, because we have them on record for what they were opposed to originally. And then there would be rebuttal, I'm assuming, after the opposition of the balance of their time.
So 10 minutes per side. Okay, state your name and proceed.
Well, before you begin, let me. I do have to do a little recapping for record's purpose to get you up to speed. Also, too, noted in the original, this is the location of the subject property on Little Green Street. It is on the IWD in zoning district. This is the lot in question. This plan, which you see before you, is the original plan submitted by the applicant at the February hearing. Now, I'm going to skip ahead just a bit. This is the revised plan submitted by the applicant today, and this is the one before you. The overall size of the building is 25 by 70. It is and requires 9 parking spaces based upon that. 2 bays, repair bays, and then that would be a total of 8 required, and then 2 provided on top of that the code calls for. They're in the urban zoning overlay, so they're permitted to take a parking break inside the UZO. It's 10% or 20% bus routes and sidewalks within 600 feet of this property. So their required parking is 9. They're providing 8 on site, which you see at the top, 6 at the north end, and then 2 inside the building.
We had a dispute about inside parking last time, Joey. Is it allowed? Or
Yeah, it is allowed, sir, for auto repair.
Help me out with this, that let's say if I go by there and they're using that space for storage or they're using that space to fix a car, I mean, is that, if a codes person went out there, would that be considered those 2 parking spaces? I mean,
Out at on the north end of the site?
inside the building.
Inside the building themselves, the point of service for auto repair is permitted to be counted.
But if the 2 so-called indoor parking spaces were being used to store equipment and you couldn't park there, is that a violation?
Storage would be. If the vehicles are being worked on in those spaces, that would not be a violation. But if it's not even being used for its intended use of auto repair, if it's inventory stock or something else stored inside that bay, then they would be violating on parking.
What are the rules for Little Green Street? Is parking allowed on Little Green Street?
Parking is allowed. There are no signs posted along Little Green prohibiting parking.
What about parking of vehicles that have been in accidents and are undrivable? Is that allowed?
Inoperable motor vehicles cannot be parked on the street.
And if there are?
They can be cited by Property Standards Division to Environmental Court.
Okay.
Wait, so the 70-foot building is now the new building?
Yes, sir. The 70-foot building, the original building which you see here, the size is the same as it was originally. That was the first building.
Because the one in the package that I have here is 25 by 55.
Yeah, the 25 by 55 building was the,
I got the amendment too. I'm sorry. That's why it's highlighted.
there you are.
Okay, sorry.
Now, before I talked about the impervious surface ratio disappearing, the site plan it was amended to show more green space located along Meredith, and then along the areas listed here, and additional areas here and here. They fall underneath the 90% threshold of covering a lot with impervious surface. That's what the ratio is. The other issues still stand. The perimeter landscaping strip is required along this property line. The house which you see in the photographs, you will see, is along this property line here. Secondly, the driveway widths, both at the ramp on Little Green and on Meredith, as well as the drive aisles through here, are all under 24 feet. The 15-foot listed here is at its narrowest approaches here and here, but throughout the site are less than 24 feet. And say these here are 24 feet. Here you see on the site plan 22, the ramps are less than 24. So those are the variances there. Parking, perimeter landscaping, and the driveway width.
When you say perimeter landscaping, Joey, explain what that means and where it would have to be located.
Perimeter landscaping is a 5-foot or 2.5 foot with a tree island grassy strip with trees planted every 50 feet along the perimeter of a parking lot.
So that would just be the parking area, not
Yes,
the building?
just the parking area.
Okay.
These are from the subject site, and these are from the February hearing. I noted as a part of the hearing, I didn't have any photographs from the south, so I reshot photographs from the south portion, so you'll note the foliage change between the two photographs. But the subject parcels here, this is on Meredith at the south end of the property. The north end, Little Green Street, is at the far background of this, and the lot goes uphill here. You see fill material in this area. And then the adjoining homes on the left and right from the rear. Okay. I'll leave the revised plan up on the screen. That's the case records we have it. Gentlemen, if you would please identify yourselves and make your presentation. Again, reminding you have opposition present, so you're welcome to save some of your rebuttal period, which you have there. Thank you.
I'll be brief. My name is Chet Rhodes with Rhodes Engineering. I'm here on behalf of...
I'll get you to turn on your mic.
Sorry about that. No better? My name is Chet Rhodes with Rhodes Engineering. I'm here representing Mr. Agabor, who is the applicant. We're here today, we got guidance from Metro staff, Richard Thermopoulos, when we were coming to see him about, that was already properly zoned for the use we intended. He recommended, after seeing our initial site plan, that we come before you with the request for variance on the first items that we had in February. Since that time, and he, as you know, he just went over the summary, we have made the requirements that we're asking for much less than they were in February, trying to comply with the normal standards as much as possible, and only asking for what variances, little ones that are left. We did provide additional green space in the parking area on the one side that we could, and we could still do that and provide the parking. The paint booth that was initially discussed in February has been removed from the building. So that was a health concern of the neighbor, and we wanted to make you aware that that is no longer in the plan. There will not be a paint booth in the building. So we've added the landscape areas. We only need one parking space variance request. In February, it was like 4 spaces we were short, and people were talking about the building being much bigger than it should be for this lot. It's an extremely narrow lot, and it's the physical characteristic of the lot is one of the primary reason that we're here. And I think the Metro staff thought that it was narrow and advised us to come here to begin with. That's why we're here. We do find, and they mentioned that 2 parking spaces can be in the building. I think the councilman asked an excellent question about what if they're using it for something other. I want my client to speak to that. We won't be using it for anything other, will we? It'll be used for parking in the building, and we understand his concern there. Other than that, the only thing I wanted you to consider is that the owner's put his life savings in this property, went to Metro Codes before he started to make sure it was zoned for his type of business, which is consistent with others in the area. So I'm going to let him speak the rest of just a minute. Want to say anything?
Not too much.
I think that we're completed. That's all.
Why are you asking for a landscape buffer? Variance, a perimeter landscaping buffer?
If you noticed on the first plan we had in February at the first hearing, there was no landscaping on either side of the parking. We were asking for a variance under that on both sides at that time. Since that time, we've reworked the plan so that we comply with the buffer requirements on the east side, but we still have a need for the 5-foot variance on the left side. And due to the extreme narrowness of the lot, we still need that. So we have provided as much green space as we could and met the ISR requirements, but we still need a variance on the on that other side. On that side where we're asking for the variance, we have put a concrete wall, 3 foot high, and a privacy fence on top of that in lieu of a landscape buffer. Thank you.
Why not a wall next to the area where the parking is, where the wrecked cars will be seen by the neighbors?
Well, I don't think they're going to be seeing, there is a wall there proposed on the plan next to the neighbor, so it is proposed.
You don't think they're going to be seen by the neighbors?
Oh, we got a 3-foot concrete wall and a privacy fence on top of that. It's pretty significant height. So we're trying to block it from the neighbor's view. That's the purpose of it. It's a 3-foot concrete wall with a privacy fence on top of that. So the total height of that wall is in the neighborhood of 8 to 10 feet.
That's not covering the parking area in the front, though, right?
This is directly beside the house, all the way down that side, so it would be the best location to provide the most buffer, as far as visual buffer, between her house and our property. So we're trying to be as effective with it as we can be.
Joey, does that block the parking area at the front? What he's proposed?
Yes.
As far as screen here?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
The wall is there and the fence is there?
You know, he's testifying that it's 8 to 10 feet high, I presume.
Yeah, we got it called out on the plan, 3-foot high concrete with a privacy fence on top. That is going to be 8 to 10 foot height, and we're trying to address the issue that you're bringing up. So, and it is along that entire length of the property. I guess that would be the west boundary of the property.
What about
along
the other
entire length?
What about the other side?
On the other side, we have a 5-foot CYC fence. So it's more like just a standard chain link fence. And we talked to the neighbor on that side, and he said he was fine with that. So we did speak with him. And we did take your advice after the last meeting and attempt conversations with the other parties at the end of that meeting. So appreciate it.
Based on the drawing that I show in front of me, there is currently a 5-foot CYC fence on the left side of the property of the drawing. Are you taking that new privacy fence from the front of the property all the way down to the back of the property? Or just up to the retaining wall?
In answer to your question, we are showing the 3-foot high concrete with the privacy fence on it from the top corner down below her residence down to that bottom wall. And then at that point where the X starts, that was going to be CYC at the bottom portion of the west boundary. So
To this X?
I hope that answers your question.
It does. I'm sorry, I'm still a little confused, and I just may be slow about this, but it goes all the way from the top of the property to...
Down to the second wall that you see there. There's two two walls there. See the dimension 21 foot across?
I do.
Okay, right below that area.
I see that.
Right about halfway there, past the house, and then you see the first X. That's where the chain link would start. But we can do privacy all the way down that side if that's the wishes of the board. I mean, we're not opposed to that. We're trying to provide the screening there that would be needed. So I don't think we'd have a problem with either type, but what we're showing is from the top down to that second wall, and then the south portion be CYC chain link at the bottom.
And then how did, I know that this, the original hearing, and I think we're back to something closer to the original plan. How do people enter the building from the parking lot? Because I know there's a pretty steep grade. So from the 6 parking spaces at the high end of the lot, how do you physically get into the
There's
building?
2 ways to access the building. One is to drive in and park inside the building at the lower level. That's one. The second is there will be inside that building, and that's the other reason for putting that 70 foot back in, is the first 6 foot of that is steps going down from the top into the building. So that's inside the building, but it's not usable. It's more of access down to that first floor level, and that's how they get down there to access the shop area.
Okay.
Any other questions? So you'll have 6 minutes and,
7:25, actually.
okay, 7:25 left for rebuttal time.
All right, gentlemen. You have anything to add? If not, if you guys will step back, we'll hear from the opposition at this time.
I can't stress enough how much I hope you will stick to the revised plan and whether it meets any of the concerns that you had previously. So we're not.
Say that again?
I'm hoping that they will address their comments to the revisions and their opposition as it may apply to the revision, so that we're not revisiting too much of the old issues.
Mr. Chair, I'm Bobby Jocelyn, 630 Murfreesboro Road, Nashville, Tennessee. We are here in opposition again. I don't know, again, being a property owner that's involved in that neighborhood very heavily, and we've got a lot of neighbors here, we've made a huge improvements over the past few years, and we see this as really going backwards. And I don't know how many variances that have ever been applied for something this small. You could, I've been before this board before and seen many variances, but this piece of property, and they keep referring back to going to codes, and Richard Thanopoulos said you can build a body shop. You can build a body shop on this, but you can't build it in the way that these guys are trying to do it, and it could be built without variances. So I think we can't put the blame on the code saying that it's allowed, because it is allowed. There's probably 100 uses for IWD property. There's nowhere to store any wrecked cars on this property whatsoever unless you put them up at the top of the hill. The 10-foot, 11-foot privacy fence is right outside this lady's window, and I can't imagine anybody on this board wanting to look outside at a window maybe 18 inches from her house. I'm at the very front. I don't even know how you get up there to even paint her house. The 15-foot entrance to the bottom back there, I'd like to know how you can even make that turn with a wrecker and get inside and turn that around. I think he said it was 21 feet across. I just see this is like putting 10 pounds of lard in a 5-pound bucket, and it's impractical. He said he spent his life savings to purchase this property. He's actually done more damage to the property since he bought it, because he's dumped looks like trash. It's crushed asphalt, dirt, rocks, and that is not compactable material for a building pad, number one. He's actually gone backwards, and this is probably 2 years ago, and I think Stormwater put a stop work order on him. because it's there. And I don't know what he's going to do, but if this is life savings, I'd like to know how he's going to spend another $100,000, $125,000 on the building. Furthermore, last time he said they got this, they presented this to Codes as a paint and body shop with a paint booth. But Codes really has no direction on paint booths. They could care less. That actually falls under the fire marshal's department. And we, as a group, would just like to adamantly oppose these variances and oppose this applicant's desire to try to turn this into something that's, I don't see how it very well could be worthwhile at all.
I have, excuse me, I bought my home there about 45 years ago.
Would you state your name, please?
Tell him your name.
Oh, Hunter, Jerry Hunter. And my house faces opposite the other houses. It faces the railroad track and down in the bottom. And what they're calling Meredith Street, that's my driveway. There is no Meredith Street down to there. The interstate cut it off. Now there's a Meredith Street on the other side. And I spent myself, when I bought there, I used my own equipment. I had to clean it out. To even get a car down to my house, I used my own dump truck and all, done it. I moved about 28 loads out of there. And then I used my own equipment and I paved it. And it's still decent too. I paved it in 25, maybe 30 years ago. And we got a decent driveway, and there's no way possible that he can come down what they call Meredith Street, which is my driveway. There's no way they can come down there and he can get in the back of there without getting on somebody else's property or either having stuff parked in my driveway. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm Timothy Luther of 209 Galen Court, Nashville, Tennessee. I own some property on Little Green, as well as Mr. Johnson. And my problem with this is we've got a 20-foot wide street that's from sidewalk to sidewalk. We have 3 foot of sidewalk on each side. It's about 6 inches high, and it's all brand new, and we like it. But there are telephone poles that are in those spots going down there. And what I'd like to find out is how are we going to get a 10 or 12 foot wide fire engine, it's 31 foot long, down the street to save my house that's burning down with a wrecker out front and cars abandoned out front. It's a 20 foot wide street, that's it. And there's already a business on the end that they don't have a lot of spaces to park, but it's not direct on us like this. But it's only street parking at 171 Little Green, and there's never been any other parking except that street parking. That lot is 30 foot wide, and that's what I've got, a 30-foot house, and no entrance from the rear without, going through Mr. Hunter and all that. But my biggest issue with this is how are we going to be able to keep what we need at our houses and our businesses, how the emergency equipment gets to us when we need it without us having to go around the world to get there. Thank you.
What kind of businesses do you operate on Little Green Street?
171 Little Green is a rental house.
Mm-hmm.
I own 176 Little Green is just a commercial industrial lot. It's a vacant lot. Mm-hmm. That's right across from that. One of them is on the other side of Mr. Hunter, the house 171 Little Green, and then on up to the 176 is just an empty lot and 9 Edgar on it, that whole little block right in there. But this new sidewalk's wonderful, but it cut down on our road, and that's fine. We just need to make the right decisions in this type of situation.
Are there rules? I mean, I guess, and I appreciate the concern on that, but and it seems like it's based on an assumption that this business will park its cars on the street, and they may not. I mean, I guess I heard Joey talk about how there are plenty of rules if there are inappropriate cars on the street that to have those taken away. So I just want to understand why that concern is more applicable to this business than to other industrial businesses in the area.
Well, there's not another industrial business that's there except on the far end, and that's right at Keith and Little Green. So they've got a lot more room there. They've got a 90-degree turn with a very wide street there. So their situation, it doesn't have us in any way in that direction.
And so, okay, and again, I appreciate that concern. I just wanted to make sure I understood it.
And I think why that concern is particularly relevant, it's not necessarily the property owner. If you have a tow company and you have an accident on the city streets of Nashville and they tow your car to your choice body shop, they might just leave it on the street near the building, or if it's overnight and they can't get in there and it's dark or whatever, so I don't think that's so out of the question given the nature of this business.
No, I totally get it, but I mean, if this lot were 8 foot wider, we wouldn't be here, and so and that concern would still be a concern. It wouldn't have anything to do with
It sounds more like a problem for traffic and parking than us.
The nature of the business would.
Yeah, but if it were 8 foot wider, there'd still be a little bit wider parking area to get in and out of. The tow trucks may be able to leave the wrecked cars inside as opposed to on the street.
Well, I agree. I think the concerns would be there, but if the lot were wider, we would have the night parking space. We would, they could have a 5 foot proposed strip. They might come and ask for a driveway variance, which. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's where I thought it was relevant. Sorry to get us off track.
Anything else?
I'd like to remind the board, some of you may not have been here last time, I have built about 12 warehouses similar to this here in this whole neighborhood. And some of the lots are much smaller, and I met every criteria without one variance: parking, landscaping, buffer. So I just want, it can be done, but you can't build on something that's not buildable. It's really about what it boils down to. And he could build a very small warehouse up on the very top, and that'd be the extent of it. But you need to know those things whenever you go out and purchase a piece of land. And yes, it is zoned IWD, but that's not a blanket building permit to go ahead and put something on it.
Mr. Johnson, you said during the last meeting some member of your family actually owned this lot, and how much did they pay for it?
I think he paid $7,500 for it, and I tried to get him not to buy it, and he was wanting to build a small warehouse on it, and then after he got to looking at it, he figured out it just was going to cost too much to even try to build on it, because you just lose, so it's a heck of a drop-off. And the land now is, I think it's got more problems now than what it ever had because of all this asphalt that's been dumped on top of these neighbors.
I'd like to speak one more time, if I may. Jerry Hunter. He has brought, it's been over a year ago, brought a SUV down to what you call Meredith Street there, my driveway, and parked it. And it sat there over a year till they moved it. It had no windows, nothing in it, but it sat there over a year before it was moved.
I'd like to make one more
I was
comment.
out $12,000 on my driveway cleaning it up.
There is a storm sewer that runs through that area, and
Yes, sir.
it's noted to be large enough that you could drive a car through it. I've not visually seen it, but I also own some property on the other side of Hermitage Avenue where this storm sewer goes, and I've just got some dead property I bought. I can't fill it in. It just continuously goes down. Asphalt, whatever you put in there. So it's just a nice little pretty greenway that I keep mowed off. That's all I'll ever get to do with it. So, but we'll keep it just like that. But I can't fill that in, and that lot up here's got that same problem.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mary F. Kessler, and I live at 179 Little Green Street. Next door to this property, and this property has a storm drain. I call the engineers on it. It's got a storm drain running all the way over to the river, all the way down through this property, and all the way through Meriton Avenue. And it's made out of old brick. It was made many years ago. and this storm drain is falling in. A surveyor was over there, and he was telling me about this storm drain. And I had forgotten about it when I first come up here. I was so nervous, I didn't know what to say no way. And it will run underneath the cars as he's parking there, and it runs over into my lot down there. And there's a big manhole like down at the bottom of Hunter's house, and you can see the water running through, and it runs all the way across the street down at the alley and into something down there. I don't know what, because I've never been down there. It's sort of like just a place nobody uses. And I believe there's a creek down there. But this manhole, or this big tunnel that's going through there that you can drive a car through, it's falling down. And this tunnel could fall in sooner or later, and this man's wasted all of his money. Plus, somebody could get hurt.
I have a question for you. You're right next to this property, and they were talking about this privacy fence. What do you think of if they built that? Is that okay for you? Is that acceptable?
I wouldn't want to be next to that man. He has treated me real bad. He told me and demanded me to take my fence down.
Okay, but
And also I'm not through. Also, he said that he was going to pile that dirt to the top of my fence, which is 5 feet tall.
Okay.
And for 2 years, he never puts a car over there. It's got the right license plates on them. And he's got some men out there working with machetes, cutting the trees down, because he only cuts the yard once a year.
Yes, well, I'm interested in the variance that he's asking for, and he's asking to build this big fence near your property line to shield these cars. What do you think of if he built the fence?
I don't want him near me, man. He's been too mean to me.
Okay, so you're not for that variance. You're not for the fence.
I'm for it. If you're going to let him have it, I'm for it. But now he's kept me in an uproar ever since he's been over there. And these cars are so filthy, and they're old piles of junk that he brings in there. I've called the police and had them moved and everything else.
How long have you lived there, ma'am?
30 years. Nobody's ever been able to buy that lot because every time they turn it down, because they wouldn't even let them put a storage building out there because of these drainage pipes that's going through it. And I also called, it's on my paper, he's supposed to be showing it up there.
We've all seen it.
It's on my paper over. I called the engineers about this property, and he said he would look into it because it's never been able to put nothing on it.
Okay, we thank you for your comments, and
I'm sorry, honey. I won't stick my tongue out at you today.
We might need it for entertainment value.
But if you look back in the records, you'll find out nobody's ever been able to build anything on that lot. That lot belongs to the city. It should. They should take it over because it should be condemned altogether. Because if this water's running through there, and it's not running as good as it was the last time I looked in that hole before somebody asphalted it over, it was barely dripping. But it's coming, going all the way across the main street out there and going all the way down the hill to the river. And then on this side, it's coming all the way down through there, and it's going all the way to that back creek off of Meredith Street Avenue.
we thank you for your comments, and you're out of time now from the opposition, so,
And this is the yard he's kept.
okay, we'll put that on the record.
Can we see those pictures, Jim?
And it's still that way for 2 years. He's a dirty old man, as far as I'm
Now,
concerned.
let's don't get into personalities here. Thank you. Appellant, come back. You have 7 minutes and 25 seconds of rebuttal time. You've heard the comments from the opposition.
And we need to focus on the rebuttal and perhaps stay away from any personal comments if we can. Please.
Okay, my mic's on. You can hear me okay? Just quickly summarize our request here. I do want to address a couple of things that I heard from them just now. After the February meeting, the same neighbor had raised the issue that his driveway was Meredith Street, Meredith Avenue, and in fact, that was his drive and not a street, and we couldn't come in the back. So I immediately went to codes and followed up on that, and it is Meredith Avenue, and it is a public street. I did follow up with Metro Codes on that point. So it's not his it's not his private drive, and I do want to clarify that for the record. Nevertheless, we still want to, any concerns he raises, we want to address them as much as we can. After the February meeting, we did try to meet with the woman who lives in the house, and she was unwilling to meet with us, but some of the other neighbors did speak with us of their concerns, and we've tried to incorporate their concerns into our design. And I think you've even heard from her testimony, the lady in the house, that if you're going to allow this, she would like the fence to remain. So I think the privacy fence, if we get approved, we want to keep it there and do whatever kind of screening that we can. Of course, I know she would prefer that we not be here at all, but I just want to be clear on that point. It was my understanding of what she said, that if you're going to approve it, to leave it, right, on the fence issue. So I'm just trying to clarify that point of understanding. Beyond that, I just want my client to speak to the industrial uses in the area. I want to yield the balance of my time to him.
I actually have a question. This doesn't go against your time. What about the tunnel, the abandoned tunnel?
Well, I will say this. It's on the plans. We've shown where it's located. We've been aware of it since day one, and we've been dealing with Metro on that. So, of course, during construction, we have to address that, make sure that it's good load bearing on top of that area. But to be able to build over that, it happens frequently. But there is engineering and structural concerns that we have to consider to make sure we have a parking lot that's not going to settle in those kind of issues. So we're well aware of that, and our building plans will have to address that.
So, you're an engineer?
Yes, sir.
And so the water that's moving forward is probably just groundwater?
Well, that's an abandoned.
It's
It's abandoned right now. There are minor quantities going through there. It's not in use. It's not in service. But of course, any area where you get direct rainfall, you get flow. So the areas that we're going to be bridging over, we're going to make sure they're adequately compacted and bridged over in order to support the parking areas that we plan over it. And you can see right on the drawing in front of you where that tunnel crosses through that property. So we were aware of it. We're still aware of it. Appreciate them bringing it to our attention. She actually called me about it. She had my plans. I think she thinks I'm a different engineer. I talked to her about the tunnel, told her I appreciate her bringing it to my attention. I would get out and look at that, and certainly we need to address it during the construction. So we're well aware of the tunnel issue. Thank you.
Now, I have a question. Mr. Taylor alluded to the fact that if you all didn't ask for any variances, you wouldn't be here. Mr. Jocelyn said that this could be built without variances. Why can't you build this without any variances?
Well, as you can see, just what's right in front of you, that parking area coming in off of Little Green at the north, you really restrict the width of the travel in lane. You got depth for parking to the right. We have backed that off enough to get in the green space on the one side, but due to the extreme narrowness of the lot, which is one of the criteria for coming to this body and trying to provide, what would be a normal entry and drive, we feel like it's needed in this case.
Can a tow truck or flatbed truck come in there and drop off?
This is an auto car repair shop, and the cars that are going to be visiting the site will be able to do that. Somebody's talked about people parking on the road, and that's, as far as I'm concerned, we're not going to have any vehicles on Little Green Street or Meredith from this property. They're going to be pulling into our lot, and that's why we need our spaces on our lot.
So you're telling me there will be no cars towed or flatbedded to this site?
I'm going to let Mr. Abigor talk about his operations.
To address the issue of parking and dropping cars off at the back, Mr. Hunter has a dump truck that he uses for asphalt, and he parked it at the back. And every night he drives through that the back road, the Meredith Avenue, to park his dump truck there. Nobody has a problem with that. Dump truck and tow truck, which one is bigger?
I didn't ask about the size. I asked about, can a tow truck or a flatbed truck navigate through that narrow lot?
If a dump truck can pass through there, a tow truck can.
I'm not talking about the street. I'm talking about you inside your lot.
Yes.
There are some parking spaces, and if cars are going to be towed and dropped off at your place?
Yes.
Okay. And so they can get in both Little Green and Meredith Street, a tow truck can, and turn around and drop off?
Yes.
What are your hours of operation?
Probably 8 to 5.
On what days?
Monday through Saturday.
So no work will be done on these cars before that time or after that time?
No.
Okay.
Not only during business hours, not at night.
But I will answer your question. Yeah, any normal vehicle use that would need to come in and out of the vehicle, we're trying to design it so they can get in and out on our site. So.
You being an engineer, does the fact that to make your plan work like you've got it drawn, you're having to request 4 variances on this property? I realize it's a 50-foot lot. But couldn't you do something on that property that you would not have to get 4 variances on?
Well, if you looked at what we had in February to now, we have reduced our request considerably, and I think Mr. Hargis has spoken to that somewhat. I don't see any major things that we can do than what we've already done and still keep it functional and the width's wide enough for normal vehicle traffic in and out. So I feel like we have tried to comply in an effort to comply with the spirit of the law and minimize our request to you. We have done that in the last 2 months. At this point, this is what we're requesting, and this is why we're requesting them. But, if it's, we think it's a reasonable request. We don't think we're asking for anything tremendous here. But if it's denied, then I guess we'll take that question back up. But we feel like we got a good plan. We feel like we've tried to address all comments we've received reasonably as we could. So that's where we are right now. We just want the request considered that we have brought before you.
Excuse me, if you have anything else to add?
You want to say anything else?
No, not really.
Just thank you all for your time and for hearing us out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, move to close the public hearing.
We'll close the public hearing on case 15.
I went out and I wanted to see this lot in person because it sounded so narrow and unique. And the opposition is right. It's a very sloped lot in a very narrow area that's in a kind of warehouse residential area. And I know it's zoned for this, but as previously testified by Mr. Jocelyn, that one relative of his bought it for less than $8,000. There's a reason why this piece of property over the years hasn't sold for a lot of money. And to me, it's hard to make the argument if you buy a piece of property under what market for the area is, you know that there's a reason why it is cheaper, because it's hard to build on or hard to have a business on. And I just think given the opposition of the immediate neighbors, and this kind of business has a lot of heavy use to it, that I don't think it's appropriate for this particular neighborhood.
Dave?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one because I know that we all try to, people are coming to us with the problem. We try to figure out something that works for everybody. And I know I'm happiest when, especially when there's opposition, we can work something out that everybody can live with. And that doesn't seem to be possible here, and I respect that, and I know we have to make a decision. But, when I look at this, and I think, well, it's zone industrial. The folks that approved the zoning have said that's what they feel like it should be. It's highest and best use. I asked myself, well, how is this different from, some of the houses, even on the consent agenda today, that because someone chose to build a 2,000 square foot house on their lot that was slightly crooked, that they, could come a little closer to the alley. And on my list, when I look at and I think there are 3 variances that they were asking for, because the one I think that Joey said that they had met that was on the original list, but the one that I'm having the issue with is the 5 foot, the green space. If the green space was there, I don't think I would have much of a problem with going from 9 spaces to 8 spaces, and really not that much of a problem with that 15-foot entrance of the driveway. So that's what I'm thinking through is how is it different from some of the other requests that we do approve, because the choices that people wanted on that spot were different. Now, a key difference is there's a lot of opposition, and the neighbors aren't happy about it, and I do respect that. The privacy fence doesn't bother me because, it is on the property line. I think they could build a privacy fence now is that correct? Could they build a privacy fence on the property line?
Yes, sir.
Now, so that to me is, a little moot, because if he wanted to build a 10-foot fence there now, I think he could. I respect that, and I certainly wouldn't want it 18 feet or 18 inches from my house, but I don't think there's a choice there. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. I'd love to have seen this come to us, or actually, what I'd love to have seen it not come to us because it met all the requirements and we didn't have to deal with it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, as I was watching the last hearing and looking over the material and listening to it today and thinking about the opposition, it's, one of the variances is the 5-foot strip, and it seems to me that that's being mediated by the privacy fence. It's doing what that barrier is intended to do. And one of the neighbors that was opposed to that, differs from the person that lives there, who says, well, if it's going to be there, then I want the fence. And it just seems to me that a lot of this opposition, so much of it, there was a lot of opposition's concerns were expressed about how much money the guy is spending. He can't do this. He can't do that. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know why he's doing that. Which none of that really seems to be relevant to me. I don't know if you have a business that requires the use of a tow truck or any kind of vehicular access. Why would you spend your money on a piece of property to develop it a certain way that you can't use your equipment and do your own business? It would be like if he needs a roof to stay dry, and he built a roof with holes in it, that doesn't make sense. But what concern is it of the neighbors? And and all the examples, and well, if he does this and it'll mess with this, everything they mentioned was if he does something illegal, it's going to be a problem. Well, duh. If people do illegal things, it's a problem. If people block the street and the fire truck can't get through, that is a problem, but that has nothing to do with the use of this property.
I actually think it does, and where it's relevant is if you're trying to tow in cars, it matters if the space is only 15 feet wide as opposed to 24 feet. And it matters
but no one has given testimony that it can't be done, and the testimony we do have on that issue is from the person that is operating the business. And I don't know what the legal standard is, but when you have, evidence given by one person and no evidence given by the other, to whom do you listen?
If it were so easy, I listen to the code, because the code says we need 24 feet, and they haven't just pulled that number out of an air. That's the number that they use for all these types of businesses, because they know that is what is standard, and this is much less than the standard. And so that's why I think it's very relevant, given what the use that he wants on his property. So what would the variance be?
What would be an acceptable variance?
They're asking for a variance. We get to decide if that's acceptable, reasonable, or not, up or down. That's not for me. They get to ask, and we get to decide whether that's reasonable. I don't think it is. The code says 24 feet. They're wanting less than that by a lot.
I don't think it's our role to do suppositions and guess what they may do and they may not do. To me, the issue is they're here requesting variances, And I think to grant a variance, you have to show a hardship. And I've not seen a hardship to me that is not self-imposed, and that is too much building on too small a property. That's my feel on it. Do you see a hardship otherwise?
But I think that argument could be made, like David was saying, for almost any variance that we grant, especially with these houses that we even grant on consent. That's why we have the ability to grant the variance. It's an odd-shaped lot. It's extreme topography, and it's narrow. I mean, in a way, I don't see what the issue is. I mean, how does this not meet the hardships? I mean, if the building were small enough that he couldn't work on cars there, then we wouldn't be talking about it. But that's why we have the variance. And it seems to me he's meeting the criteria of the hardship to me.
I mean, the 1,700 square foot industrial uses, I mean, that is a fairly small, I mean, they are putting a small business on a small lot, and I do get that. I mean, to me, the hardship is the shape of the lot. Now, I think it creates a lot of issues. I do somewhat agree with the statement that it would be great if the city owned it and it were condemned and it couldn't be anything, because it has proven to be, through the testimony we've heard today, incredibly difficult for anybody to, and I don't know that they're going to succeed today, anybody to succeed in putting something on this lot. I mean, I think that almost by definition is the lot has hardships present with it. But I do think that the plan has, accessibility issues that, I don't know why you put 6 lot, with the height difference, how it is going to work for that business. I question it, but I can see a hardship because of just the nature of the lot. But I think they could put something there smaller that met the requirements. I do agree with that point too that was made.
Anyone offer a motion?
I move that we deny this, and they have not met the requirements under Section 1720-30 as far as proving a hardship for this piece of property.
Is there a second to that motion? I will second it to get a vote. We have a motion and second. All in favor of the motion to deny, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That's 3-2.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, by your rules, a 3-2 vote is a tie vote. This case will be on our agenda one more time. The public hearing is closed. There will be no new testimony.
Can I make a separate motion?
No, sir, you cannot. So the record in this case, the 5 members present may participate. The 2 members who were not here can review the record and become eligible to participate at the next hearing. Those members need to approach me. I'll discuss with them whether they wish to participate and provide them the documentation of today's hearing, but no new testimony will come in. This case is a tie vote. At our next hearing on April 19th, at the beginning of the agenda, I'll call the 5 present if they wish to change their vote. If they do, we'll do so accordingly with your rules of procedure. If no vote changed and the 2 not present do not participate, this case will be deemed denied by operation of law.
Joy, Mr. Whitson, Ms. Garrett, were they present for the original hearing?
Mr. Whitson was. Ms. Garrett would need to watch both February 2 and today.
Exciting TV.
Great TV.
With that, this case is done for today. It is a tie vote, 3-4, 2 against, on a motion to deny. Mr. Chairman, I had a request by Councilmember Anthony Davis. He would like to address you at this time in regards to case 37.
Thank you. I know you guys wanted to keep us all afternoon, but reserving the right to change my mind and jump in here. Thank you again. Thanks to the BZA for allowing me to speak on behalf of the variances for Urban Green Lab. You'll see in your case files. It's coming up a little bit later, but just need to kind of mosey on. You'll also see you should have I believe 8 letters of support from other neighborhood groups, a couple churches in the area, and just other community groups. So just please, I ask that you note those as well. I'm going to let the Urban Green Lab folks address the variances specifically. You'll hear individually why these are necessary and complementary to the overall development. I just wanted to kind of speak on behalf of the project in general, a little bit to the variances as well, and just what it means to the community. I'd like to spend a moment sharing why the community is virtually unanimous in support of Urban Green Lab and the development in general, with their requested variances along with that. Just a little background. Urban Green Lab was originally the brainchild of Dan Heller and has since become an entire community project. But Dan Heller nearly single-handedly turned around a historically thriving area of Inglewood that had more recently, through the 90s and early 2000s, become more of a drug-infested and crime-ridden cross street at Riverside and McGavick. This has been absolutely essential to improving our neighborhood and has also happened completely in unison with residential improvements of the last decade. I'm sure many of you may have been to Mitchell Deli or the Village Pub and Beer Garden, a couple of our great establishments over there. Many more businesses are now flourishing as well. And Urban Green Lab is the next step in that process. It is a project by and for the community. Second, what a historic opportunity to have a sustainable living center smack in the middle of our cherished Inglewood. This center aims to educate neighbors, students, and folks all across Nashville about sustainability and green living. It's a perfect fit for East Nashville and Inglewood. Many of our neighbors led the charge on urban chickens. We have a STEM-based magnet school, Stratford High School, right down the street that will be involved with the Urban Green Lab. And many other neighborhood schools and the community in general. We are a very sustainable-minded community. As per the variances, most in the community trust Dan on this project given his track record, but we aren't a rollover and let whatever happens happen kind of area. I assure you of that. A community meeting was hosted, and those that came were in the immediate vicinity and were completely positive on the project. That's because of the amazing vision, the design is outstanding, and the writing is on the wall. This is going to help everyone and everything around the property. On behalf of District 7, I can assure you this development is not only positive, it is landmark for Inglewood and my district. These variances were well vetted with our community meeting just last week. Any small disagreements over a few exceptions to the code would be very short-sighted and would fail to envision what this truly will mean for the neighborhood of our future and our kids' future as they grow up in Inglewood. These variances are very small requests and will be explained thoroughly by the Urban Green Lab team. I wholeheartedly endorse approval of these on behalf of the entire district and cannot wait to continue what has been tremendous progress. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any questions for me?
I guess I was going to say explain it, but I think the program will do that momentarily. So.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, under your rules, you allowed council member to speak. Before that, we'll call the next case, case 2012-33, Division 2 Constructors, the appellant, McCrory Lane Partners, LLC, owner of the property located at 7848 McCrory Lane, requesting an item D, which is a change of non-conforming use in the AR2A district, to use a portion of the existing property for storage for contractors' equipment, referred to the board under Section 1740-180. The applicant has alleged the board would have jurisdiction under Section 1740-180, item D. No, the applicant's present. Opposition present in the case? Okay. Both sides will have 15 minutes to present. Let me go first over and show the board the record as we have it.
Excuse me, Joey?
Please, sir.
Is there a case 27? It's not on the agenda, but it's in my packet.
I do, Mr. Chairman. That case was
Avenue North.
Yes, sir. It was a deferred request at the applicant's.
Okay.
Request. That case is on the end of today's.
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
The subject property is located along McCrory Lane, just south of Highway 70. It is in the AR2A zone district. The subject property was a former rock quarry on the site, which you see in the aerial photograph. The adjoining property, the triangular piece, which you see here, is owned or leased by Division II Constructors for their current contractor's office. The request, the current use of the site is mineral extraction. That's the last legal non-conforming use of the property. This request is take a portion of that property and change it uses to building contractor supply. The building contractor supply is also used and not permitted in AR2A, but this board has the authority to grant changes of non-conforming use from one to another. I'll go over the standard in just a second. The applicant has submitted, and I'll have Ms. Huey pass to you a map delineating the areas of this entire site which they wish to use for this use, and this request would be bound by that map requesting. Applicants had submitted, and Councilman Mitchell alluded to or discussed in his opening statements there, an agreement agreed by both parties. I'll ask that the applicants in opposition touch on that during their time, but this request falls under your powers under item D of the code 1740-180. And it says the board shall determine the appropriateness of proposed changes to non-conforming uses or structures. The code also expounds on that and says that in non-conforming uses, that an existing non-conforming use may be changed to a new non-conforming use upon a determination by the Board of Zoning Appeals that the new non-conforming use will be more compatible with surrounding land uses than the existing non-conforming use. So that is your standard, and that comes from 1740-650 of the code. As I said, the prior use of the property was mineral extraction under the zoning code. Most folks generally call that a quarry. And the proposed use, building contractor supply. I really only have two photographs from the ground. This is from McCrory looking toward the site. The storage area, and I'll go back to the site plan. This is the Division II Constructors use that's on the adjacent property. That use on this property was granted by this board in the late 90s, if I recall, for that use in maybe early 2000s. The proposals use a portion of this site, which you see approximately in this area, for the storage of equipment for the building contractor supply use. But that's really case records we have it. Gentlemen, if you would please identify yourselves and present your testimony to the board.
Can I just ask you a question, just so I understand what our purview is here? We are doing a non-conforming use, basically redefining a non-conforming use?
It is. You're changing from one non-conforming use to another.
Okay.
And the standard review says in my section here. This is 1740-650C in all mixed use and non-residential districts, and AR2A is not a residential zone district under the code. It's an agricultural district. So it is a non-residential district. An existing non-conforming use may be changed to a new non-conforming use upon a determination by the Board of Zoning Appeals that the new non-conforming use will be more compatible with surrounding land uses than the existing non-conforming use.
That was important. Okay. All right. And given the fact that the neighbors and this company have come to some conclusions about what that would look like, do we consider this agreement as part of our decision-making process?
You may, and you may also include it as part of the order itself.
Okay. Okay.
Or place any other conditions which you feel are reasonable.
That's what I wanted to ask Mr. Herbert about before he started. Councilman Mitchell, it seems like, had a meeting and has talked to you all at length about this and said that basically they agree with this, with the only exception that they had concerns that you would bring other building equipment there, crush rock and such things like that. Could you address that first? Because everything else in this, it seems like everyone's they agree, so I think we're fine with this part. So let's talk about what else you want to do.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm Bill Herbert, representing Division 2. My address is 211 Union Street, Nashville, Suite 200. This is Greg Dew, who is the Corporate Secretary for Division 2. Just to cut to the chase on this, we had a very good neighborhood meeting last Thursday where everybody came together and we were able to work out all the glitches in this and come to a complete agreement. There was one, Councilman Mitchell orchestrated the meeting, and as a result of that, he asked me to put together a list of conditions that Division 2 would agree to that was also the same things that the neighbors had agreed to. Now, today, what I did was I prepared this list of conditions, and I think you all should all have a copy of it, and then sent it to Councilman Mitchell on Friday afternoon. Have not heard back from him until today, and when he spoke, and he said that he would like to have one more condition put onto this, and we're amenable to that. The other condition that he suggested was that we would not bring any other, I think Councilman Mitchell said inert material, but we will not bring any rock or fill or dirt or anything like that onto the site. So we're agreeable to all of the conditions. And what I've done is I've gone ahead and put them in writing. And what we can do on this is we can insert that one additional condition. And I think everybody is in agreement. And I don't want to speak for the neighbors here, but we've talked, and I think everybody is good on this. The long and short of what we want to do here is here's the entire site that you all have. And you all's map doesn't have it in green, but if you can see what I have in green right here, what we're going to do is we're going to in-fence this area, and what we propose to do is to store contractor supply equipment. What that basically is going to be, and Greg, correct me if I'm wrong here, it's pipe and extra construction type of materials, and we're also going to reserve the right to put some equipment in there under fence if necessary. But the principal use for this area is just going to be storage of materials that this company may be ready to use on a construction job and store it there until they're ready to actually implement it onto the job. We intend to put up a fence around it so that...
what kind of fence?
Whatever you all say, but what I think everybody envisioned was basically like a standard 5 or 6 foot chain link fence. Is that?
Well, something maybe that we don't have to see it from the back side, at least.
Okay.
Can I comment on
Sure.
the area that we have?
Oh, please push the button and identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry, I'm Greg Dew with Division 2 Constructors. And the area that we have highlighted in green is kind of over the hill from where you have view of the homes back there. So the area that we had the crusher and the stone was down on a different level where you could see it from the homes. But the area that we've tried to lay out here and determine this is where we restrict our lay down area to, you won't even be able to see it from your houses. So, okay.
And what we've agreed in these conditions is, what sparked this was a lot of noise coming from this site where Division 2 was running a rock crushing machine. We've agreed to not do that again. There won't be any rock crushing done on this site. And what we're essentially saying here, I mean, this was once a quarry site, and we feel like, which is a non-conforming use, we feel like this non-conforming use is a heck of a lot better than that which was before. I think the neighbors too feel that way. So we've all kind of come together and agree on this, and I think we've done a good job at doing that. Do you all have any questions at all for us?
Well, I think we'd like to probably hear from the opposition to see if there's anything left, and then we could probably, do this pretty quickly. So please come forward and state your name and tell us what's left to discuss outside of, you have a copy of this?
I do.
You were at the meetings?
I was at the meeting, yes.
Yes, please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Kimberly Richard. I live at 1213 Beautiful Valley Court, which is just on the back side of where this is at. And I'm the information officer for our neighborhood, just meaning that, we get together when there's different things that we need to talk about and discuss. We have pretty much agreed with everything here. I think it was a good meeting that we had last week to understand exactly what was happening and what was going to be there. Our biggest concerns, like we just said, there was some rock crushing going on a few months ago for several weeks. weeks that about sent us all into orbit. It was very loud. You couldn't even sit in your living room without, hearing it, being woken up early in the morning until late at night. So that was the biggest concern for most neighbors, was just making sure that didn't happen anymore. And it looks like everything here is acceptable with all the neighbors that were there that night. We're just making sure that we, don't have to look at pipelines and
So what kind of
drain
fence were
wells.
you more interested in, a more solid fence or something?
From our location where he's talking about, I believe from the map, in the spring, winter, and fall, I don't think, or spring, summer, and fall, I don't think we'll see it. Wintertime, I'm not real sure. I mean, I can see your building really good from where I'm at right now. So would is that on the back side of it? I mean, I can see your building, so.
This piece of property kind of has a hill on it, so I don't want to say, because I don't know exactly where your home is, so I don't want to say you wouldn't be able to see it, because I just don't know that for certain.
Okay. If it's just directly behind the building, of course, I can see his building from where we're at. And we're not trying to say that we don't want him to have his business there. We're totally for him having his business there. We just want to make sure that, A, we don't have to hear too much noise. We understand he has a business to run, but we also understand that we have 22 babies on one cul-de-sac, and it's directly behind that. So we were being woken up and having to hear that. And so just being courteous of the noise.
If we pass this and basically no new rock crushing or anything, you have no more opposition to this?
I don't for the rock crushing. I did have a question I wanted to ask you though real quickly. With the materials, not materials, but the equipment being stored there, what type of equipment would actually be stored? Like bulldozer? What would be in that area?
Actually, guys, sorry, I have to break procedure. I can't have you guys talking to each other.
I'm sorry.
If you don't mind, if you would just ask the board for them to cover on rebuttal. I appreciate it.
We'll cover that on rebuttal.
I think our biggest concern was the type of equipment there, because several years ago we strived really hard to make sure that there wasn't a landfill that ended up being in this same location about 7 years ago. And so we're just making sure nothing that's going to be stored there could ever run off into the Harpa, things like that. And it looks like that this area is further enough away from the river that I don't think it'll be affected.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anything further to add?
Any other parties in opposition wish to address the board? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so Mr. Herbert.
It's our understanding this particular site is approximately 900 feet from the Harpeth River, so we're trying to scoot it back as far as possible. And we put it under fence for a very specific reason, that is to preclude any type of quarrying activities. If it's under fence and properties, and anybody has any questions about it, property standards can come out and look. And as long as the materials and the equipment is behind the fence, then there's no quarrying activity going on. So we did that to try to appease the neighbors that we don't have any intent to do.
So you're fine with us entering these agreed conditions as far as all conditions and adding the part about no rock crushing or any new kind of construction activity? The only thing that's happening on this side is storage.
That is correct. Yes. Yes, sir.
And what kind of equipment are you storing, just for the record that she asked?
It would be heavy construction equipment.
What's that?
Bulldozers, track hoes, loaders, and honestly, we don't store material there much. I mean, equipment there much. If we got a lot of equipment on the yard, that probably means we're going out of business soon. So it's really for pipe and castings that go on catch basins and things that can be reused on other jobs. It's a matter of fact, the equipment for the most part we can store on our yard. It's more for pipe and just.
So given that some of these kind of construction equipment, these pipes and things, are you okay with having maybe a solid fence or something that's a little bit more private? Or
yeah, I'm at your guys' mercy, so whatever I need to do, we'll do it.
I think that'll help you a lot with the neighbors, particularly if it seems like just a bunch of parts and things like that there.
I don't know if it gets too convoluted to say on the rear fence, which would be the side facing the neighborhood, maybe we do a privacy fence on that side, but the other sides, which really face McCrory Lane, which you can barely see from the road anyway, do a chain link fence on that part.
I think that would be acceptable because we're mainly concerned about, I guess, this subdivision over here and their site. So we would be fine.
You're not having to we'll talk about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anything else, Mr. Herbert?
No, sir, I think that's all, unless you all have any questions for me.
Okay.
Okay, close the public
We'll
hearing.
close public hearing on case 33.
I guess my only question, David, it was, oh, Joey, would you bring that picture back up for me? Or did we lose it?
You're talking to that, David?
Yeah,
Yes,
Ewing.
yes.
I guess my only concern with the privacy fence on one side is that there's a tremendous amount of agricultural property right along here. Does that create an eyesore that we need to address
From
from McCrory Lane and from the other properties?
That
saying they
part
can't see
didn't
it
come
from
up
McCrory Lane.
apparently during the public hearing. Councilperson didn't really raise that, but the neighbor who can see the building, at least during part of the year, she testified, I think really thought that was important.
Yeah,
To
see,
her.
I'm thinking more like if you're going to do a cyclone fence, at least you could do the inserts or something, at least so they don't have to look at the.
I think, and this is near the city, this military cemetery, so I'm fairly familiar with the site. According to their testimony, the applicant's testimony, that isn't so visible from McCrory Lane.
Yeah, I just can't envision it having run down McCrory Lane. Okay. That was my only question.
I'm comfortable with
Yeah.
the right motion.
Well, I move that we approve case 033 and enter in the, requesting the item D changes and enter in the agreed conditions that Mr. Herbert has drafted and shared with the councilperson, along with the fencing around the property as a requirement, and the rear fencing facing the subdivision being of solid materials to screen the items stored there. And that also one of the conditions that's not in the agreed conditions, that there will be no rock crushing or any construction activity. It's just to be, as this order says, to store items.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you all. I've got a signed copy of this, and I'll deliver that to Mr. Hargis.
I'd sure like to say that it would be so lovely to see folks working together as you all have. Very, very nicely done.
Well, I just have to say thanks to the neighbors. They were very reasonable.
Absolutely.
And thanks for being
Wish
here, too.
more folks would be able to get to a mediative standpoint.
Hey, Joey, a couple of members want to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, the board will stand in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Call this case 2012-34, Hughesby Homes, the appellant, Linda McGaughy, trustee, owner of the property at 118 Taggart Drive. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
All right, please come forward. Any opposition present in case 34? Mr. Chairman, seeing none. Sir, let me go over the case record. You'll have 10 minutes to present your testimony to the board. Members, this is a request for a variance in the side setback in the RS-20 district to construct a 13 by 18 carport to the side of the existing residence. Refer to the board under section 17-12-020A. The subject property is, you see, hopefully here in a second. The subject property is located on the north margin of Taggart. This is east of Highway 100 and west of Hetty Drive in the Belmead area. It is in the RS-20 zone district. The subject lot, as you see from the aerial photograph, and then the request is to construct this carport located on the east side of the property. The required setback for RS-20 is 10 feet. The applicant's request is 3 foot 6 inches. It's a variance of 6.5 feet. This is the subject property. I believe the request, and hopefully the applicant will cover this, to enclose this portion here and to construct the carport just on the right of that. These are the view of the adjoining properties and then the area that the variance is located. And the proposed construction would occur here. Actually, leave this photograph up. It's probably the most demonstrative. And with that, I'll turn the public hearing over to the applicant. Sir, you'll have 10 minutes to present.
If you will, state your name.
Craig Hughesby, Hughesby Homes. I'd like to thank the board for considering this request. The first piece of information I'd like to clarify is that we're not enclosing the area that Mr. Hargis just pointed to. The desire is simply to add on the right side the carport. I think it's significant that the ridge of the carport is at the same height as the existing side porch. So we're not raising the height of the structure or the mass. It's in keeping with the neighborhood as a 1950s home. Typically they were built with they weren't deep houses, and so that's why there's not a lot of room on either side for a carport. The driveway is on this side of the lot. I'd like to read a letter from the adjacent neighbor on from 116 Taggart Avenue. It says Wednesday, April 4th, 2012, to whom it may concern. I, Joseph Plowman, owner of 116 Taggart Avenue, have no concerns or objections to the variance currently proposed by the owner of 118 Taggart Avenue. Sincerely, Joseph Plowman, 116 Taggart Avenue. The neighbor across the street, Wendy Sullivan, and her family are in support of it. To my knowledge, all of the neighbors are in agreement with the carport. Thank you.
In your clarification, you said you weren't going to enclose where the porch is. Are you just going to take that slab out and make the whole thing a carport, or are you just adding the carport to the side and keeping the porch?
Yes, ma'am. The porch stays. The concrete steps that you can see on the front will be adjusted so that when somebody gets out of their car, that they can enter the house on that east side, which is what we're looking at. So that slab stays. We're not tearing anything out other than adjusting the steps.
So you're just adding 2 columns in the roof, which is basically...
Yes, ma'am. I have a drawing.
That would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you adding to the existing slab that's there?
No, sir.
They're just going to keep it a grade.
There's no concrete or site work or even footings. The footings are in the driveway. Apparently, when they did this driveway, they were planning for...
Landing a plane?
Yes.
I built a few of those.
Which property is 116?
116 is the beautiful white house to the left. You see it in the bottom right photograph.
So the opposite side from your carport.
Correct.
Have you talked to the neighbor to the other side? 120, I guess?
My clients have, but I haven't. I've worked on every street in this neighborhood. I've done multiple projects on every street. I've spent 10 years on Hetty raising my family there. So.
Kind of speaks for itself in opposition.
Yes, ma'am. I've done 4 projects on Taggart, including own property there. So I think it's in keeping with the spirit of the neighborhood.
Any questions? Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Hey, Joe, you close the public hearing.
We'll close the public hearing on case 30.
All right, panel. Discussion.
Seems to me, but everybody seems to be in support of what he's trying to achieve, and they've got the room to do it. And I don't see any problem with it.
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion? Sure. All right, I'll make a motion. Let's see. What do we got here? I make a motion to approve the request for a variance in the side setback to construct a 13 by 18 foot carport to the side of the existing residence.
I'll second.
And do we need ground
You need ground?
justification for that?
I would note, if narrowness for what was, as previously discussed, the basis, that'd probably be good to note.
Okay.
We can
Narrowness and lot.
Okay. As a basis.
That's good.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, we'll call the next case, case 2012-35, Thomas and Tammy Cox, the appellants and owners of the property located at 2544 Greer Road. The applicant's present, representatives present. Any parties in opposition present for case 35? Mr. Chairman, seeing none. This is a request for a variance in the side setbacks in the AR2A zone district to permit the detached garage that was constructed without permit and to construct a new outside stairwell. Referred to the board under section 1712-020A. The appellant has alleged the board would have jurisdiction under section 1740-180, item B. Sorry, y'all. I'm dealing with a new machine here, but it does work. At least it functions really well. It's just the operator today. The subject property is located on the east margin of Greer Road. This is just north of Union Hill Road in the Union Hill community. It is an AR2A zone district. The property you see is bound in red. The acreage tract extends from Greer Road back deep into the woods there. The building in question is this structure, which I'm hovering over with my cursor. The existing home sits here. The issue is the building as constructed, AR2A requires a 20-foot side setback. The building is 9 feet, and the variance would be 11. This is looking into the subject property from Greer Road. The home is located on the right-hand side of the property. This driveway leads back to the site. Adjoining properties here. I apologize, I don't have a good ground shot of that, but these are aerials taken approximately a year ago, February of 11. You see the structure here located. This view is from the north, Greer Road, along the right-hand side, south toward Union Hill here, and this is the building that we're talking about. This is the variance location along the southern property line, and this is where the encroachment of 9 feet occurs here. The outside stairwell that was noted. and the AR2A zone district requires a 20-foot side setback. This bottom photograph, is the north being at the top of that photo, south here. Views from two other directions, east and west. Accordingly, again, Greer Road on this photograph looking toward the east. Here's the building, and then from the west shows this area here. That's the case records. We have it. Sir, if you would, please identify yourself and make your presentation to the board.
Members of the board, my name is George Dean. I'm an attorney here in Nashville, and I represent Mr. and Mrs. Cox. This is one of those kind of strange cases. As you can see, the property is extraordinarily unusual in shape, but to make it more complicated, my client bought this property in October of 2010. The garage was already constructed. He didn't have the knowledge, frankly, to check whether it had been built with a permit, and unfortunately, it had not been. So it was constructed before the time of his ownership. I wanted to point that out to emphasize that he didn't actually construct the garage. What I'm told by my client is that the previous owner or some previous owner used this parcel for storage of some horses in that area. The garage, shed, whatever it is, actually housed horses at one point in time. I've never visited it. I don't know really what it looks like inside. It could have been built under, there's an agricultural exemption, as the board may have bumped in. I don't know whether the members of the board have bumped into this before or not, but there's an agricultural exemption under the Tennessee Code that says basically if you have agricultural uses on a piece of property, it's not regulated by zoning, period. When the zoning was adopted in 1935, the General Assembly was very strong about keeping agricultural uses free of and unencumbered of regulations. In any event, that's still in our books, and it's possible that even though the building was built without a permit, it could have actually been done legally, assuming there was some agricultural use. In any event, my client is not using it for agricultural purposes at the present time. At some point, he hopes to actually put a few acres of agricultural use in the back. I don't know, Joey, can you show that?
Excuse me, are you saying that if it's used for agriculture, it's exempt from zoning, or if it is zoned agriculture?
No, if it's used for agriculture. It doesn't make much difference. The local zoning becomes basically irrelevant. I know that comes as a shock. You guys probably don't see that very often.
So if it's not zoned agriculture, but you're using it for agriculture, would you be in violation of that rule?
You're still exempt because the state statute takes precedence. But again, I don't want to make it complicated because my guy's not using it as agricultural land at this point. So that's not. I just offer that as a possible explanation for why the structure got built. Now, I was thinking of the actual shape. Can you go back one? There it is. You can see at the tail end of the property as you view the diagram on the right, there's a large area. It's a bit hard to get to because you've got a long ways to go up. But in any event, at some point in time, he wants to clear some of that and use it as agricultural land. Point here, he is not at the present time doing that. You can see, though, that the width of the lot is fairly small. This garage shed thing is about 36 feet in length. The lot where it's positioned is only about 80 feet wide. So if you had basically a 40-foot side yard setbacks on either side, he'd have to position that thing dead center in the property in order to get it legally. And of course, he wants to use some of it to be able to use as a roadway to get back up to the back part of the property. In any event, let me suggest to the board that this is clearly an unusually shaped piece of property. In fact, I've been doing this for 35 years, if it pleases the board, and I don't think I've ever seen one quite as unusual as this one that's subject to this kind of a problem.
It's the Big Dipper.
And I think this was done a considerable time ago. Looking back through the permits, I saw permits for other not construction work, but other kinds of things back into the like for the residents and thing. I think that was 88. So the lot's been there since before the most recent zoning changes, and I saw some evidence that actually may have preceded COMZO, which was the first time probably that we had zoning in this area of the county. So that lot may very well have been there before we had zoning. Anyway, it's narrow up front, it's oddly shaped. The property is in an agricultural zoning district. The other legal requirements is that, you know, this is not something that's just based on financial. He doesn't want to tear the garage down, basically, or have to chop off 10 feet of the garage, and that's why we're here. The problems with this property are not common to the others. You can see the two that I guess would be, I don't know, to what I'll call the north, going above it. They're fairly narrow as well, but most of the others are a little bit more larger. The problem here is not something that's going to have much impact on any of the surrounding property owners. There's no one here in opposition, and it's not certainly going to have any real problem on any impact on the enforcement of the zoning ordinance. So we think we qualify under the provisions of the zoning regulations relating to variances, and I'd like to say that I think in 35 years I've only had 2 cases where I really thought I qualified. This one and the Walgreens out on West End. That was a long time ago. So we'd ask the board to grant the variance. It's, as Joey said, just a 9-foot variance. Really, in a perfect world, it's something that might have been avoided, but my client just didn't have the understanding to check that building before he bought the property, and so he got stuck in a problem, and we'd ask the board for a little bit of help.
Does your client have any relationship to the previous owners of the property?
Not that I know of, no. I think it is an arm's length transaction.
Other questions? Anything further to add?
Nothing further.
Hey, Joey, close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing on case 35.
I'd like to ask a legal question here. Is there, since they did that without a permit, will they be forced to get a permit now? Or
That's really what this is about, I might add. We're coming asking for a permit. We couldn't get it because of the variance problem.
And Mr. Dean has said it's just right. It's that's kind of the issue that he and I have talked about previously, and determining whether or not they have to have the permit. If in fact the board were to grant this variance, it would cure the perceived defect. I'm trying to be generous in calling it a perceived defect, being deferential to my colleague, Mr. Dean.
right to wrong, right?
I'm still curious about this state law. I mean, if it's something that we're not supposed to be ruling on, you brought up, why would we have to even hear this?
Yeah, but at this point, if he's not using it for agricultural, and he's got to have a
It's zoned
permit.
agricultural, but there's no agriculture work happening on the piece of property.
I mean, if he's not about it, he's not asking.
I'm happy to act on it.
He's not asking to be considered under that law. He's asking to be considered legal.
Yeah, but he brought it up, so I was just.
I don't think that lot would be able to be platted now. It looks like what's called a flag lot. I don't think flag lots are legal lots, but now, you know.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem granting it. I was just curious.
I don't think we've ever seen a piece of property that really had more unique characteristics than this one.
And as Mr. Dean said, during his lengthy legal career doing zoning and real estate issues, he hadn't either. So this is very unusual.
Go for it, David.
Motion? Okay, since it is left to me to approve this odd-shaped flag lot, I move that we approve 035 and allow the permit to build this, wait a minute, yeah, 035, that it meets the requirements of a extremely narrow part of the lot, and the client, the person has approved his hardship in this case.
And the extremely irregular shape of the lot.
The very irregular shape of this lot.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Yes, discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Good luck.
You adopt. Mr. Chairman, the next case is an item A appeal. It's case 2012-36, Greyhound Lines. The appellant and owner of the property located at 709 Fifth Avenue South. Is the applicant present? All right, sir.
Yeah, it's not. I am the architect and authorized agent on behalf of the appellant.
You'll be representing them. The procedure in this case will be, I'll go first, explain why we denied the permit and our interpretation. The appellant is appealing the zoning administrator's interpretation of a roof sign in the downtown code UZO district to install said roof sign atop the building facade, referred to the board under section 1732-030D3. Let me change. First, the procedural part. The subject case is located at the, at the intersections of Fifth Avenue South and Lafayette Street. It is in the downtown code district. The aerial photograph which you see here no longer reflects the current use of the property. This is the new Greyhound bus terminal that's been constructed on the site. I'm going to show the ground shots first. This is the new terminal that's been constructed here. You see the Greyhound logo on the side of the building. The applicant's proposing to construct and put the words Greyhound on this portion of the sign area, which you see in the site plan here. Our office determined that roof signs, and I'm reading now from the acting zoning administrator's letter. Dear members, this appeal comes before you appealing our interpretation of 1732-070D3 of the zoning code. That section states that, quote, on-premise building signs shall not extend above the roof line of the structure, and that in the letter the emphasis is added on roof line by the zoning administrator. The zoning code defines roof line as the horizontal line intersecting the highest point or points of a roof. In this case, the structure is currently being used as a new Greyhound bus terminal. Attached to the letter is a copy of the elevation of the reference building. That's what you're seeing before you. As the elevation shows, the roof line of this structure is marked in red. The applicant's proposed sign is located above the roof line on the face of a narrow wall that extends above the roof line and appears to be used for ventilation. We believe the proposed signage does extend above the roof line and would violate section 1732D3 of the zoning code. The area in which the zoning administrator is talking about is this portion here. You see it's a narrow width that in his letter discusses about being used for ventilation. This area. From a practical standpoint, our office, if this area, and you may have seen some cases, the Nassau College of Art is one, a similar sign. It was an atrium that was wide, it was occupied space, and it was above the overall roof line. But because that area was conditioned space and of such a size that we deemed that, actually, in that case, Sonny, at the time, before it came here, actually overturned himself and actually agreed with the applicant, and I believe approached this board asking you to grant that request. But in this one, what we would say is that the words Greyhound above that red area, or above the roof line, which would be this gray location here, would violate the code. And members...
So this wasn't indicated on signage as it went through the codes process previously?
Well, the sign permits are actually a separate submittal, separate and apart from the construction on the building permit. We require a sign permit be obtained independent of the construction. I guess I'm sitting in the zoning administrator's hat at the moment, so if you have any questions for the codes office, I'm happy to answer them.
So who goes first? Was that the case?
Yes, sir. We are going, I have not only introduced the case, but put on the zoning administrator's
You've now presented the case?
And
All right, Joey, then if I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
When this was permitted, and the design and everything was addressed, was all of this shown, or is this an afterthought?
I can't really answer that question. I don't know the answer to that, whether this was shown during the construction step. Many times applicants do show proposed signage on their permit. Again, we tell them at that time a separate sign permit is required.
But you all did not address that as a part of of those discussions during his review process?
Generally, I would say as a policy, we do have those discussions. In this instance, I don't know. I really don't.
Okay.
You said sometimes it's shown on the sign permit. Did you mean that sometimes it's shown on?
It's shown on the
construction
building permit or the construction.
Okay.
When folks submit for construction of a building, they sometimes include their signage on that. That's what I mean to say, yeah. And that separate sign permit and submittal for those.
Okay.
Yeah, so without the words on it, it's an architectural element, but with the words, you consider it a sign, and it seems pretty substantive, and I've driven by it, and I think it looks great, but I thought it was done. I didn't know a sign was going to be there, and that appendage could have.
Yeah, the well-known logo for Greyhound, the Greyhound emblem itself, we allowed that one, since it complies with the code, no problems on that. The words themselves constitute a sign as defined by the code in our position.
But wouldn't you say the purpose of that ordinance was to eliminate the type of signs like the WKDA sign on top of buildings?
Or the old Andrew Jackson Hotel.
Sure, I think that was the overall intent. Now, kind of historical purposes, this section 1732 of the zoning code was actually enacted by the council in 1993. The rest of the code came around it in 98 and was adopted. All the other sections of the zoning code, which this board enforced, but this section actually was adopted 5 years prior. And I think the overall intent was to stop roof signage, the Porter Paint sign, which is near our building out here. I think that was the overall intent. The policy was set down by Sonny West was that, to be able to have a type of sign on here, we had it on cases down in the Gulch recently. This board ruled the bank there was wanting to put their logo and their advertising on an elevator shaft. That for us, you would need a parapet. That parapet would need to run 3 sides of the building. That essentially you don't have an area that's being built to place signage on. I bring up the Nossi case where it's clear this portion, architectural part of this building extended like some 30 feet above the roof line, but it was completely constructed and had functional, usable space.
But this doesn't appear to be constructed as a signage. I mean,
no,
it's a ventilation. So I'm curious what code's position on this is. I mean, do you think the intent of the law was to prevent this, or if this parapet if it were a parapet, would they not be allowed to do that? Because that goes above the roof line.
Well, the parapet, if this was just a parapet on one side, we wouldn't permit it either. It would have to run.
But you would allow it to go below the roof line, below the parapet, that you can't actually see beyond the parapet?
You can extend.
Is that where you're drawing the line?
You can extend under the code 18 inches above the roof line.
Even if that roof line is behind a parapet?
Yes. But for us, if this area were a more substantive part of the building, much deeper, let's say 30, 40, 50 feet, a substantial portion of this building, I think we'd permit this. For us, the narrowness and the width of this, at least from our standpoint on its face, as you see in the upper left photograph.
I think that's a little arbitrary, though, is the sense I'm getting.
Well, I can tell you as far as the duties of...
That's why it's here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this appeal is here. The zoning administrator is tasked with fleshing out the gray areas of the code. And I'm just continuing the policy Sonny had was...
But I'm not just playing devil's advocate. Sure. I guess what I'm asking is I'm suggesting it's arbitrary. I'm trying to figure out, you say if it were a little more substantial or a little more this or that. I mean, give me some parameters. Well, you said occupied space.
Yeah, if we had a space, and I'll give you an example of, which I should probably include photographs, but essentially, if this area had offices in it, or it were elevator shaft or portion, it's not like screening for air conditioning units on the roof. We wouldn't permit signage on that. It's more a
But if it were an elevator shaft, we would?
Elevator shafts, generally, we would. You've got a substantial area that covers 3 sides. You meet that 3-sided component that Sonny laid down as part of his interpretations in this. But for us, I guess this element here, we've had instances with some sporting good companies and other retail establishments that build this facade that
just to put a sign on.
Clearly sticks up above the roof line. But they've built it with the intent of putting their logo on.
Right.
And that for us is what we've said, we're not permitting those. Those are essentially, though, a lot of times much wider and more.
To me, this is a little bit different because the facade of the Greyhound building, do you have a picture of the front of the Greyhound building? And it's just basically kind of this almost airport-looking waiting area, just a lot of glass, and it's almost like that there's not a lot of room to put a sign anywhere on that. And obviously, the little part that comes out is functional. It wasn't just put up there to put the sign on.
Okay, point of order. I think we're debating the
Yeah, we're already making a decision here.
Well, no, I mean,
I like what you're doing there, so keep going.
No, I think.
I want to hear your side.
Well, Chairman, I think what I'm trying to get to is that, and maybe David was too, that we are trying to. We're required to find if he acted in error, and part of that error could be if we think that they acted arbitrarily or capricious, and why does it have to be occupied space? Why does it have to be conditioned space? I mean, because I'm still going back to, and until somebody tells me differently, I still think the purpose of the code was to prevent the freestanding letters.
Right. The great electric sign.
I'm not sure that's the entire.
And that's what I'm asking you. Give me.
Well, I give you examples, but I think the point is we don't want folks creating some architectural appendage to a building for the sole purpose of sticking signage on it. I'm not claiming that's the point here, but I'm saying to you as a policy, the code spells out roof line. It's defined as what it is. And when I look at this building, from the front of it, the roof line in my drawing is that red line. If this sign above that, yes.
One of the things they mentioned in their letter was Nelson Mazda, which came in front of us, and that was kind of a lower sign issue. But, the better example is the old Hippodrome Oldsmobile. That was a big old roof sign way above the roof line, and just here we are.
And,
that
legally non-conforming.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been allowed. I mean, it's down now, but that's the kind of roof sign that the code, I think, was trying to prevent.
That was my impression. I just want to know what code's take on that was, if that indeed is, because,
I guess I'm recapping yours. When we see situations like this one in the drawings, we would tell them that, look, you can extend 18 inches or 50%, depending on the size of the sign, above that red line. But anything above that line, as far as signage,
you're talking about 50% of the letter height?
Of the letter height, up to 18 inches.
So what if it were on the white, on the front elevation?
Down in here?
No, where the red line is over the glass. What if it were emblazoned in there?
In this portion here?
Yeah.
No problem.
Or I mean on the vertical face.
So long as it doesn't extend above 18 inches.
So Code's position would be that I don't know how long that facade is, but let's say it's 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, and you had 2-foot letters, 12 inches of which would be sticking above the roof line there. That's preferable to what is proposed.
I can't choose preferable. I have to choose what the code calls for.
But I agree with David. Aesthetically, that doesn't look as good.
Well, you are kind of making an aesthetic choice because you're saying that Codes takes the position that building what you called an appendage, what others might call an architectural statement, just to put signage, and to me, that's pretty soft. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I don't know that it's not arbitrary. So that's kind of the clarity I'm looking for.
That's really all I have. Any other questions, Shereen?
Okay, so you move forward.
We're done. All right, sir. Changing roles, I'll turn it over to you now, sir. You'll have you'll actually have she has 10. You actually have 15 minutes to present your testimony.
I don't think I'll need it. My name is Buddy Bloom. I'm the architect on the project, and I think the point that I was going to try to make is what you guys already made, that the intent of this, I think, is not to prevent unsightly structures added to the top of roofs so that lettering can be applied. And that was clearly not our intent in the design of this building. That is an architectural element that was added to the building that is a functional element. There's an air exhaust. The other thing I wanted to point out is the definition of the roof line, the highest points of a roof. That structure actually has a roof on it. There are actually 3 roofs on this structure: the rear canopy, the main building line, and then this element has a roof on top of it. That's, while it may seem inconsequential when you look at the photographs, the scale is hard to understand. It's about 8 by 12 feet. So it's not like just a wall thickness element that's sticking up there. So it's much bigger than it might appear, from what you see there. And so because of that, we disagree with the roof line that was represented. We think the roof line should jump up over and come back, and should include that because there is a roof up there, and that is the highest point of that roof. So from that standpoint, we just disagree on that opinion.
Is there drainage from that roof, or is it?
Yes, sir, there is. There's a roof drain up there. It's treated like a regular roof. It's a small roof, but it is a roof. And so we see the line of the roof going up like that and actually encompassing the roof that's up there. That's part of if you look at a roof plan, that is actually part of a roof. So it's not like it's not roofed. It's not like it's a wall that's been extended up or a small chimney stack or something like that. And it's every bit as big as an elevator shaft. So if you look at it in comparing that, and it's not, the sign is being actually applied to one of the facades of the building. It's not being on the structure, on the roof, or anything above the roof itself. And so because we believe the line goes up, we don't see any of it projecting above the roof line at all. That's our opinion, and that's, I think, the difference here.
I'm sorry, so the roof on that area is the top of the parapet. We see that is the roof line, or is it?
There is a small parapet. It's about 18 inches. That sign is actually still below that roof line.
Okay.
On the actual facade of that element, that architectural element.
Joe, is there any opposition?
Any other parties wish to address the board on this?
And we didn't receive any letters, for those loyal viewers of Channel 3. They, of course, remember when Greyhound wanted to relocate to Murfreesboro Road, and that was very contentious. I applaud that you all found a good site, and it's a very beautiful building and a very nice addition to our city.
Thank you.
Anything further to add?
I don't think so. I don't think it poses any hardships or injury. I think the building is an improvement to the neighborhood. We hope it is. I hope that you feel the same way, and we'd like to ask your consideration in granting the variance.
Have any other questions? So what is that space? It's a shaft, air shaft, exhaust shaft, you say? What is it exhausting what?
The code requires a certain amount of air, new air, fresh air brought into the building mixed with conditioned air, and then that old air is exhausted out. So the fresh air is brought in the sides of the building, it's circulated through the building mixed, and the exhaust air is taken up and out of that element. So it's exhaust air, basically.
Any other questions? Joey, close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing on case 36.
Okay, discussion.
Rebuttal, I can't remember.
We've discussed a lot of roof sign cases in this case today, and I agree with David that I kind of look at the intent of kind of our statute and just what is a roof sign and what's not a roof sign, and kind of, to me, that I disagree with the zoning administrator's interpretation that this violates our kind of roof sign based on the scale of the building, and that this is, I think, very similar to an elevator shaft. I know Joey spoke differently, but if we allow an elevator shaft that's basically closed on 3 sides to have a sign on it, I think we should allow that this, ventilation unit 2 in a very kind of small but tasteful way to have a sign to as well. There's no opposition from the neighboring businesses. There's a very famous architect across the street, and I'm sure if they didn't like it, they'd be here, or at least drum up some people to be here against it. They're probably very pleased to look at this building as opposed to your old repair center that was there for many, many years. So I actually think it's a welcome addition to the neighborhood. I'm glad that Greyhound is, apparently this is our 9th largest Greyhound Town's ninth largest market in America, and I'm glad that you all made a big...
I think it's like the seventh, maybe something.
You made a big investment in our city, so I'm pleased with this.
Yeah, I agree, and just so that my opinion won't come back to haunt me in future sign cases, which I'm sure we'll have, I do think that architectural element stands alone. If it didn't have a sign, I think it would be important to the design. It would be there. I think it has a functional purpose that is important, to the use of the building. I don't think it was put there simply to put a sign up. So for all those reasons, I will make a motion that we approve the item A appeal.
We're basically overturning the zoning administrator.
Yeah, yes, we said the motion is that we approve the appeal because our interpretation is that
we believe that zoning administrator acted in error.
Yes, we did.
Sorry, Terry.
So please combine the David's comments into one motion from A. David, which can be me.
I'll second that, but I also want to say that since we are in fact finding that technically speaking, we are finding that the administrator was in error, but and for discussion purposes, I'm saying that I'm agreeing that as the definition of the roof line was the error, and I also think that the arbitrary nature of it is that there's not I don't feel like a solid definition of how this is, and so I don't know if this has any precedential effect or not, or if our council.
I don't think we need to say all that.
Well, but we are finding error, and I think we have to say in where he is in error, and I think the error is in the definition of the roof line. So if he was wrong about the roof line, then he has to be.
But I don't think the code is wrong as how it's written as it relates to roof signs. I think that's kind of outstepping our boundaries to say that the code is written incorrectly.
Well, that aspect may be more precedent setting than to say that it had a function and it was important to the design.
Yeah, I think it's the roof line is the issue, and I think that's what you're saying is that.
But I agree with what you said, that they just didn't stick this element there so they could put a sign on. It was part of the creativity and the uniqueness of this building, and just making it very nice. And you can tell when someone just stuck something up because they need to put a sign, and this isn't one of those cases. I agree.
I think too that it is like there was a period of time when people were extending parapets way up just to create a facade, put a sign on, and it's clearly not just a parapet. So.
All right. There's a motion and a second?
All of that get into a motion into the record?
Who seconded? You did? Okay.
He was second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Good luck. Thanks for staying in Nashville.
Thank you. Yeah, and you did a great job. Thank you. Really great job on the design.
All right, Mr. Chairman, next case, case 2012-37, Urban Green Lab, the appellant. Mr. Daniel Heller, the owner of the property, is located at 1302 Maxey Lane, requesting a special exception in height and street setback and variances in on-site parking and sidewalks in the CN and UZO zone districts to construct a 5,272 square foot two-story museum referred to the board under section 1712-035, 1712-060, F, 1720-030, 120, and 1712-030B. The applicant has alleged that the board would have jurisdiction under section 1740-180. Item B, I know the applicant's present. Any parties in opposition to this request? Mr. Chairman, seeing none, the applicants will have 10 minutes to present. Let me go over the case record. The subject properties you see here are on the southeast portion, the intersection of McGavock and Maxey Lane in Inglewood here. It is zone CN. And the aerial photographs showing these are two vacant lots on the property. The proposal, which you see before you, is a site plan submitted by the applicant. There are essentially four items here, two of which, let me cover the variances. This use, based upon the size in the portions of this area which they are covering under roof, require 5 parking spaces to be on site. The applicant site plan show 2 proposed spaces that we can count under the zoning code. These portions, the applicant's showing some areas where they would like to do some on-street parking here. The zoning code, I cannot accept those as valid parking spaces. Inside the urban zoning overlay on streets that run east and west, I can only except on-site parking on lots on the north side of such a street. And then on streets that run north-south,
Give us a little history of that. I mean, come on.
I have no earthly idea.
This sounds like one of those pre-metro rules that really...
It is actually a recent amendment to the code. When they adopted the urban zoning overlay and the parking reductions within that, the council saw fit to delineate which sides of streets we could count and which ones we couldn't. And on a north-south street, I can count only the eastern side of that street. And on an east-west street, I can only count the northern side.
Talk about arbitrary.
Of such a street. But in this case, the areas which you're seeing on this plan of pullovers and places potentially for parking, I can't count those. So the two that are here.
How do we count diagonal streets?
East-west, only the north side.
No, but
and
streets that don't go north, south, or east-west, how do we count those?
Both of these instances here, these would be eastern to western type streets. These would not be north-south connection. For us, the parking which you see on Maxey, the handicap spot and the standard space there, back out into an alleyway. Traffic and parking is actually okay with those two spaces utilizing an egress out into this alley here and coming into Maxey. So therefore, we can count those two spaces. So they're short 3 on-site spaces. The code also requires for new construction in non-residential zone districts where there are sidewalks existing, as you see on McGavick here, on the left-hand side of this photograph. Those sidewalks, because they are on the subject property, any additions that occur have to also extend the sidewalk. So sidewalks are required to turn the corner. Actually, they do turn the corner to this point and then continue on down Maxey. Maxey's a 40-foot right-of-way there, and they're requesting to not construct a sidewalk along that portion. The setbacks and height, covering height first, because this is in the UZO, both of those can fall under a special exception requirement or a type of an appeal where the hardship portions are not germane. I can go over, if you'd like me to, the portions which the board's to consider in these two. But height in CN, in most places in the zoning code, there are height restrictions based upon a sky exposure plane, meaning you have a setback, and at that setback you can be X number of feet high, and then for every foot you scoot away from that line, you can go up additionally. CN is not one of those zone districts. There's a flat 20-foot height restriction in CN. The sky plane is irrelevant. So all across the entire site in the CN zone district, you cannot exceed 20 feet in height. They're proposing 35.
Is this property flat, essentially, or is there?
Relatively. There's some slope along, as you see, toward Maxey in the photograph.
Okay.
But for us, regardless of as I talked about in most places, you have a setback, and then as I scoot away, I can go up higher. You don't have that in CN. It's a flat 20-foot cap. So they're petitioning by special exception to have a height above 20 feet. Secondly, are the setbacks. Along McGavick Pike, based upon the newly adopted major street plan, the setbacks from McGavick are required to be 45 feet from the center line. I won't bore you with the details of how we measure that in the new measurement scheme, but what we essentially end up is from the center of the existing right-of-way, it's required to be 49.5 feet from the center of McGavick Pike. They're proposing this portion. I've lost my note there. I'll get that number for you. And again, on Maxey, Maxey's a 40-foot right-of-way. The major collector street plan says that local streets are to be considered a 50-foot right-of-way and to apply the setbacks accordingly. In CN, the setbacks on streets are 20 feet in addition to the center line distance. So you would take 25 feet from the center of Maxey, assuming a 50-foot right-of-way, then tack on 20. So it's 25 feet then from the center line of Maxey. So we got 5 to get us to 50 feet and an additional 20. The structure itself, and I believe it's the shaded area, gentlemen, is that correct? The portion under roof will be the portion, they'll cover that during those, but in each of those locations there are encroachments along those portions, which you'll see in there. They have submitted a PowerPoint presentation, and I'll cue that up here. But kind of recapping, we've got 2 special exceptions, one for setback, one for height, and then variances on parking and sidewalks along Maxey.
Can you give us the standard for the special exemption in this case?
Sure. Special exception, the standard for dealing with building setbacks, the code states that an applicant shall provide evidence to the board as provided in section 1712-060, that the proposed building setback shall not create an adverse impact on adjacent properties nor detract from a strong pedestrian-friendly environment. As it relates to height, the board's to consider the applicant shall provide evidence to the board that the proposed building height shall not create adverse impact on air, light, shadow, or wind velocity patterns due to the configuration of the building relative to the maximum height permitted standards. And its juxtaposition to or with other structures in the vicinity or approved but have not yet built structures. In addition, the applicant shall demonstrate that the proposed building height contributes to and does not detract from a strong pedestrian-friendly streetscape.
Thank you.
Going back to the photographs, this essentially 2 vacant parcels here. Along the upper left photograph is looking east along McGavock Pike, and then along Maxey, looking toward the east as well. This is the area where the sidewalks will be required. I'm going to queue up the applicant's PowerPoint. While I do so, I'll turn it over to them. Gentlemen, if you would please identify yourselves, and I'll get that.
Thank you, Mr. Hargis. My name is Dan Heller. I'm president of Urban Green Lab. I want to thank the board for hearing our request today. To echo Anthony Davis, our councilman, this is a landmark project that enjoys very broad and deep support in our community and beyond. I think because we're offering a whole lot of value and an unprecedented amount of interesting services that tie into needs that I think people have in the community and beyond. There's a whole lot of information on our website. It's going to be the first LEED Platinum community center in Nashville, one of the first in the state. And for all the loyal Channel 3 listeners, you can learn more at urbangreenlab.org. But I'm going to be very brief and turn the program over to our architects who can detail some of the specific requests that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I'm Alan Thompson with Reagan Smith and Associates, a landscape architect on this project. I've worked with Dan for quite a while here, and we'll take you through a brief presentation of our variance request. You're looking at a sketch rendering of the building here. This is the variances that we're talking about that Joey just took us through, and we're going to touch on a couple of those at a time. I do want to show this is the location of our site. It is a community center. We feel like it will be a very positive influence on the entire surrounding neighborhood area, and for that reason, we want to maximize its capability on this project. One thing to keep in mind as we're looking at this, we are staying within our allowed FAR. It is a very odd-shaped lot, so we have an odd shape, not many square components on this parcel, and the setbacks really limit your capability in what you can do here. As you can see, the setbacks here really restrict what you can do, and a point I'd like to make out is the previous house that existed here fell within those setbacks as well. 2 variances I want to touch on first, and then I'll hand it over to Mark West, our architect. One, I wanted to address the parking spaces required on site, and also wanted to talk about the sidewalks that aren't provided on Maxey. What you're looking at here is a pedestrian concept plan for all of Riverside Village. You can see To the far right, that's where Mitchell's Deli is, in a very lively commercial area. A new pub about Central Way, the Village Pub, just opened up, so you're seeing a lot of life there. This is a plan that Councilman is working with Public Works to move forward for this entire area. Wanted to show you that because it's very urban in nature. Pedestrian takes hierarchy over the automobile, which is not the case right now. So we're promoting a very strong pedestrian aspect from a streetscape standpoint. Also, part of that plan would be looking at an improvement to Maxey McGavick intersection, as you see here. Right now, as you come off McGavick, it is a straight shot, and so you can get some pretty good speeds going straight into Maxey. This would realign that to where you're slowing down to make that turn. It also readjusts the pedestrian flow as you're going along McGavick Pike. Another thing I wanted to point out is you see our site here in Maxey Lane to our south. There really are no sidewalks on Maxey Lane for the entire extent of Maxey Lane going down through there. It's already a built-out residential area. If we extend a sidewalk, it's really not going to be serving any particular purpose in this case. Here we're looking at that intersection, and I wanted to point out where that sidewalk does turn the corner. It turns that corner in order to allow the pedestrians off of McGavick a safe crossing point, because this is a very awkward intersection. Here you can see it again turning that corner. This is looking down Maxey Lane. From a sustainability standpoint, we're looking at several things, water quality being one of them. As of right now, the water flows off of Maxey Lane into a grass swell and is treated through promoting infiltration before it goes to its natural resource. If we put in a sidewalk here, we're now collecting that into a concrete pipe, taking pollutants, everything right off that, and then dumping it straight into the natural resource. So we'd oppose that. The other thing we'd like to point out, as you see, there's vegetation area there. There's some significant trees along this edge. We would like to maintain those trees as much as possible and incorporate them in part of this as part of this site. We also think they help give a natural transition to the neighborhood across the street from us. This is looking along McGavick Pike. This is the sidewalk that's in place there, and I want to touch base on our on-street parking that you see at the very top there. Going back to this picture, we would be removing that sidewalk, building it back into our site, dedicating public right-of-way to make it a public sidewalk. So we are constructing 5 spaces along that edge. No, they're not technically on our site, but we're constructing them out of the drive lane, and they would be functioning for that purpose. So in total, we would be constructing 7 total spots for this site, and we're required 6. So we're really requesting a variance for those parking spaces to be counted towards our overall requirement. And then going back here again, there is a parking management plan that's been put in place. There's a central parking area that you see in the middle of Riverside that would receive buses on school field trips. Dan can answer more questions in regards to that. There's also an agreement with Englewood Elementary for special events that would allow off-site parking and shuttling to the site. With that, I'm going to hand it over to our architect, Mark West, with Exoterra.
I'm Mark West, architect with Exoterra Architects and Consultants. We had our main issue with the height restriction, we've actually designed the building to recess into the grade 4 to 5 feet. So we've tried to lower the height of it's only a 2-story building. We've tried to lower the height to begin with by recessing it into the grade. But the height variance that we're asking for really has nothing, well, has little to do with the building. The building parapet is currently at about 26 feet. We're asking for more than that for the opportunity to adjust the solar panels that we plan on putting on the buildings to make sure that we don't have to cut the trees down on Maxey Lane. So we want that variance solely and exclusively for the use of the solar panels. With the FAR restrictions on the site, there is no way that we could add a third floor to the building. There's no way we could exceed that 26 foot of height for the building structure itself. We're just looking to try to make sure we get the sun that we're planning on using our panels for. So that's the reasoning or rationale for the 35-foot request in height. The setbacks, as Alan described, limit the property or limit the building to a small triangular defined area on the site. What we proposed, can I get to the plan?
Yes.
Well, and this kind of shows the elevations again with that the uppermost line being the 35 foot, and the reality is, you know, we may not even get anywhere near that 35 foot with the solar panels, but this is a schematic design, and the design development process would inform us as to whether or not those panels need to be raised slightly or not, and we didn't want to come back with multiple variances in the future. This elevation from the west kind of shows how the building actually sinks down into the grade at the southwest or southeast corner of the site. And then from down the right-hand side of the rendering, the sidewalk, on-site sidewalk actually slopes down towards the back 2 parking spaces. I wanted to show you this plan, just to point out the main bulk of the building. I know we don't have under the CN zoning the ability to step the building back, but what we have done is set the building back off of McGavick significantly. We have small vendor areas that would, well, not so much vendor areas, but a small plaza area that addresses McGavick, where you see the small wing come out of the building to the left. All of that is an open, pedestrian-friendly plaza area, and it addresses McGavick, we think, in an informed and helpful way in terms of the urban design. And then the main building, even the gray portion on the right-hand side of the building that comes off is actually not a roofed area. It's actually a semi-roofed area. It's a platform, elevated platform, where bike storage is underneath it. So it's not a roofed area either. The main building goes across flat right above that proposed building note of 5272. I think at that point, made my case or notes about the variances.
Right, and so you have to answer any questions.
It's a very ambitious project.
Thank you.
And I want to congratulate you on lining up so much good community support. As your councilperson said earlier, Inglewood's a very kind of vocal and outspoken area, and they don't necessarily go along with everything. And I know a lot of hard work has been made, Dan, to get these. Your letters of recommendation are just quite commendable. I've been on this board for many years and seen lots of letters. They seem to be boilerplate in nature, or not necessarily knowing the project. It seems like you have gone out and convinced people and told them your story. And if this was a book blurb, you know, there's some kind of gems that have been in these letters that I want to read out. Very energizing and inspiring venture, says one from the public school system. Useful and interesting project, says the head of the Inglewood Neighborhood Association. A worthwhile project, says Robert Allensworth. Wholeheartedly endorse. A true partner seeking a view and eagerly anticipating future development, great expectations and hope. So well done, and let me ask you questions about the solar panels. one of your variances as far as height is concerned, and it was said earlier that maybe it won't be that high, but where do you really think the height is going to come from, and when will you really know how tall the solar panels need to be up there?
Well, the panel location depends on a couple of things, actually. If a sidewalk is required on Maxey, then we're going to be losing the large existing established trees on Maxey to be able to put that sidewalk in. In that case, we won't need to raise the panels very high because the trees will be gone. If we don't put a sidewalk in, the trees will remain, which is our preference. But at that point, we have to actually do a sun study, which we'll be able to do with our three-dimensional modeling, and that would come in this next design development phase following approval or denial of these variance requests.
And the panels raise and lower depending upon the time of the year and where the sun is? Are they
They would be fixed panels.
Fixed panels. So wherever.
So where are they shown in this rendering, height-wise?
You can see just behind the panels, the top of the second floor is at 26 feet, and the top of the columns for those panels roughly align with that 26 feet. So the panels are below the top height of the building currently. The variance request, well, the height, we would be required to have the variance for the height of the building to begin with because it is at 26 feet, not 20. So in an effort to just make sure that we're not putting solar panels up that are blocked by trees, we wanted to go ahead and increase that variance request so that we have some liberties to adjust that to maximize our solar collection opportunity.
So what is your alternative to no sidewalk? I mean, you're forecasting a pedestrian-friendly, and I appreciate that, but no sidewalk for
Right. I can address that. One, there's a sidewalk within our site. Let me see if I can get right there. And you see, this is a sidewalk system within the site, which would be open and accessible during operational hours there. So what we're really looking at is we really didn't want to have to build a parallel sidewalk immediately next to the sidewalk that we're already building. And then it would take out a lot of existing vegetation we'd like to preserve at the same time. And we just wouldn't foresee that sidewalk ever really connecting to anything.
The old sidewalk to nowhere. You've heard of that.
Right.
Dan, can you tell us why you picked this particular site and why it's so unique? And it sounds like, we hear times all the time that people want a variance because there's some tree that they want to save, but, that sounds like part of what you're all about.
It is. Thank you. It lends itself really nicely to this kind of use. The shape of the lot being so unusual, we thought, well, what's an unusual use that wouldn't necessarily benefit the owner, but benefit the community in a wider sense? And it has great visibility. It's relatively flat, and it kind of extends a very positive transformation that's existing in the community right now. It's an extension of that, but it reaches higher. You said ambitious. It does reach higher. It sets the bar higher in a lot of respects, not only for what one community can do to support itself, to provide opportunities that otherwise wouldn't exist, but to do it in a way that we have found others to say have been very inspiring with what our plans are. And as a result, we have partnerships that we have currently in place with the STEM program, with Metro Water, with Nissan. We're talking to some other large corporations and other nonprofits that want to join us in helping to fulfill our mission. And I think the energy in the neighborhood, too, is significant. It's we enjoy and appreciate the diversity of where we are. We want to make use of all the energy that is in the community. It's a two-way communication. We're going to be having folks in the neighborhood who will be teaching classes and also taking classes. So it's an unusual model and one that we feel is going to set a good example for all the different things that can be done with relatively limited resources.
So I had a question about the sidewalk. You mentioned, one of you mentioned that it would be accessible, so you have sidewalk access through the lot during operation hours. Is it fenced off, or would it not be available when? Because part of the whole sidewalk thing is to put sidewalks where there are no sidewalks, and we often hear, well, there's no sidewalks there now. And one of our former members is always fond of saying, it's like, yeah, but if we don't start, we never will have. Mm-hmm. And I would be much more sympathetic to that, because actually what you're asking us to do in the variance is not only not make you build the sidewalk, but not make you pay for not having a sidewalk. That's still the rule, is it not?
Well, Joey, I know you'll...
If we give the variance, they don't have to pay.
We have the rule to, A, require someone not to have to build sidewalks, and we also can require them to put money in the sidewalk fund, or we could just require either. Right, Joey?
Letter B, you have no authority to direct funds to the sidewalk fund.
Right.
You can grant a variance based on a hardship, at which point they don't construct them. The applicant has two options on the front end: build them or contribute. But this board doesn't have the authority to direct funds.
Okay.
But part of your question was, is this accessible 24 hours, or will it be fenced off?
It won't be accessible 24 hours, no. There'll be set hours.
And see, a public sidewalk would be accessible. Now, I'm not saying I'm against what you're doing, because there's a very easy argument to be made that you are providing a sidewalk. It's just not within the particular grounds. And to me, that, along with the trees, would be, the hardship that we indeed have to find a hardship for that.
To clarify just what I said, there may be parts of it that will be accessible, and that still hasn't been determined yet, because I think there will be some areas for security purpose we'll need to put some fencing, but there might be a few areas that people can come and be at all hours. They just wouldn't have access to some of the more sensitive things there.
What I understood, what I understood you to say was that if that pedestrian path that kind of is along Maxey Lane were available 24 hours, that would essentially be building a sidewalk, but not accessible.
Yeah, and I would see that as an acceptable compromise. If you went from the handicap parking space, if that route up to the McGavick, where it ties back into McGavick, is available, then that makes it very easy for me to say, along with the trees, yeah, there you go. They're meeting the spirit of our sidewalk rule, and that would make me happy. That's why I was asking about the hours.
Well, I think there are ways to make sure that the plaza areas, very much like our urban landscape downtown, you've got the Tiffany Center, it's urban landscape accessible to people to walk any time of day, but there's security in other areas that need to be protected. So, I concur with you, David. I think there's something.
Yeah, as long as the path is available, I know you got to have secure areas, and I'm fine with that, but that just makes the argument to grant the variance a lot more palatable to me.
This is showing a concrete walk across Maxey Lane. Is that existing, or is that coming down?
At the very top.
Yeah, coming down from the upper.
What you're looking at here is what is proposed as an improvement as part of the Riverside PED plan, but that is just conceptual, and that's something that Councilman Davis is working with.
I was talking across the street there. It looks like it's just a concrete wall.
Oh, okay, hold on, let me get right there.
Okay.
That's currently existing.
Yes.
Yes, that is existing. Okay. And from the design that you see in the field, typically had that intersection turned up and made more of a parallel or perpendicular intersection into McGavick. Feel like that walk would have been brought out along McGavick and continue that McGavick walk system, because along Maxey, there's nothing in any additional walks down through that particular area. But, and that's something that we'd look to continue, is that walk along McGavick.
We would encourage keeping those.
So the other thing, going back to the special exemption, the height, and I think I'm okay with the setback. On the height, I'm not opposed to it. It reminds me a little bit of this appeal we heard a couple of weeks ago. These people were asking they need to go into the front setback so many feet so they could do an addition on their house. They felt it was the only place they could do the addition. Didn't have any drawings or anything, and we agreed to simply ask them to come back with something that would give us an idea, because part of what we have to determine on the height is the requirements that Joey enumerated. Is it disturbing the air and the light for the neighbors, and the rendering that you have, it puts them at the lowest that they would be. And I would be curious, because the best case scenario in a way is the worst case scenario. You get to keep the trees, so you got to make you potentially could need that entire 35 feet, and maybe the rest of the board is fine with it. But I would be curious and to know, what does it look like if you have to raise them up that high? And is it just the panels going up there?
I was going to say, I think there's a big question there, and you just hit the nail on the head. Does the building stay at 26 feet? And do you turn around and allow just the panels piece of variance to the 35 feet? Because it seems to me that we could open that Pandora's box and give them, create a precedent where we've opened up.
Right, and I get and appreciate that you're asking for that, so that you don't have to come back out from an architecture point of view. I completely get that. But you're talking about the difference between having these panels below the parapet, even if we grant the 26 feet instead of 20 feet. But I would just be curious to know about, because now you're going to be 10 feet potentially above that. And
we may be able to fix that, though, with the condition.
Well, and maybe I'm not saying it's good, bad, or otherwise. I'm a little leery on approving something that I actually haven't seen.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it, and not to get into the debate, because I will say I wanted to ask how you all felt about this, but I'm comfortable with the 26 feet, because we see if it appears there needs to be more, I'd like to see a drawing or something, just say, well, what does this really mean, and are the neighbors still okay with that? Does it, what impact does it have? So is that something that you all could live with, that and continue to move forward if we did put that condition on it, to say that we would approve a 26-foot variance, and if you felt like after I think you said you had to do a sunlight study, after you did the sunlight study and you came back and said, no, we really need 28, or we need 30, or we need 32, here's the rendering that says, hey, we've raised these things up 8 feet. What does it look like? So that and to have some sense that the neighbors.
And assuming you get the sidewalks and get to keep the trees, it's 26 feet.
And before you answer that, perhaps to make this easier administratively and a little bit easier on us, since they're asking for the 35 feet, would you entertain, if we gave the variance the special exemption to 30 feet, as I'm seeing that is potentially, you're more likely to, if the trees stay, the higher you go, the less likely is you'll have to go higher and higher. So maybe we can solve it at 30 and leave the door open for 35. Because I feel like I could go along with 30 feet, because that's just barely above the parapet that we're seeing. But 35 feet, they would almost be clear.
Are we comfortable with 30?
Yeah. I just
and they might not be comfortable with that.
Well, you're asking. Yes, I'm okay with that.
And with the understanding, if it has to be higher, you can come back here and.
Certainly, and 30 feet is more than reasonable, and in fact, we have the ability at that point, we could actually even move the panels if need be onto the roof surface of of the second floor of the building. So, I mean, those could be sitting on that 26-foot roof surface.
Yeah, I just hate for you to come
to
back
get them
just
away
for that
from
one
the
thing.
trees. Well, and that's what I'm
And
saying.
if you really need to, then we're open to it. But if we can solve it now by giving you a little less on the
We can make it a
on the
little
height.
additional based on just the panel being at that height. And then go from there.
I think the 30-foot to allow the panel, the location of the panels based on the existing site conditions is more than reasonable. And we can work within that as a design parameter.
So tell me one more time the hardship for the parking, because it's a variance. We need a hardship for that, correct? So we've heard the sidewalk. We've got the trees and the topography and the drainage and all that. And so what's the hardship we're considering for the parking?
Hardship on the parking is the site is existing in such an irregular manner. It's hard to accommodate the parking, maximize the utilization of this facility as well. We are adding new parking. We are adding it outside of the drive lane of McGavick. Technically, it's not on our site. However, that is additional parking, and we're adding a total of 7 new spaces. We're required 5.
Irregularly shaped lot is what you're saying?
Yeah. Correct.
And this parking plan that you all put together, is this in response to Traffic and Parking's request for a plan during operational hours? All right, and
Yes.
everybody's in agreement. I see you've got one pending left as far as agreement is concerned, but that seems to be it sounds to me like a event sort of case-by-case basis situation, right?
Right. It would be for overflow and occasional parking. That pending comment sounds like it might be from an older version. I think you may not have the last version. We have gotten some agreement from Inglewood Elementary, from the principal, who I think you have a letter from her there describing that they would be open to letting us use their parking in those conditions. So it's not a formal agreement, but it feels solid to me, that letter.
So technically, if you're permitted for the on-street parking, you would meet the parking count.
Yes, sir.
Just the fact that it's not on the property is only.
Yeah, the way it's, you're not necessarily.
They're doing the cutout.
Our odd way of counting parking.
Yeah, you're not necessarily allowed to count it towards meeting your requirements. Our request is that we are constructing them, and the configuration of the existing lot is what's really restricting us from being able to get them directly on site.
Is this going to be a LEED building?
LEED Platinum.
Yes.
Yes.
And of course, to get platinum, you need those points for not having excess parking on your site, right?
Correct. And we need them to provide alternative fuel vehicle parking as well. But we want to minimize parking, but provide parking for alternative fuel vehicles.
Wasn't that the other thing you all were asking for? I guess that doesn't come through us, right? You're looking for approval from Public Works for a...
Correct. We were looking at the addition of a charging station for an all-electric car such as a Leaf, being located immediately on McGavick at one of the on-street parking spots. We're currently working with Public Works.
Okay. So that's not within our purview.
In those negotiations.
Does that go through traffic and parking too in line?
I'm not sure.
I would check with them too as well.
Right.
Any further questions?
Close public hearing on case 37.
Any discussion?
It's an exciting project.
I think this is fantastic stuff, and I think, quite frankly, the support they've got of the neighborhood just speaks volumes.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm very impressed with the extent of the institutions in Inglewood have supported this enthusiastically.
The design is fantastic, the commitment to preserving the old trees. I mean, it seems to me this is exactly the kind of thing that will revitalize that area right there.
And the councilman's support too, obviously, who doesn't seem to just give his support out to anybody either.
Exactly right.
So, well done. You know, this is, for those watching on Channel 3, this is how you get your neighborhood support. It's not easy sometimes, but it takes years and years to, you know, court these people and have a good product too, more importantly.
I think there'll be a lot of neighborhoods watching that wish that this were in their neighborhood. I mean, I would love to have it closer to me, but I will go with it. Yeah, exactly. It looks like a really great space.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Very exciting.
Thank you very much.
And you know, and I do think when you pull down the variance request to their essence, I mean, the height is one of the only ones that truly is a request, and because I do think they can meet the sidewalk.
And that's where I also think that our code is still a little behind, and I'm sure you could kind of testify to that too. The Metro Council and the mayor, you know, we want Nashville to be the greenest city in the Southeast, and there are probably some things in our code that aren't kind of up to date, that you do have to have variances for certain things like solar panels because of the height, that we should probably look at as a city, and our council should look at too in the future.
And that was my point was, I think on many of those issues, they meet the spirit of the code, which, in my opinion, and so I applaud that.
All right.
Ready?
You want to hit the...
Well, I'll take a stab at this. I move approval in case 2012-037, approving the special exemption in height to a maximum of 30 feet, correct? And approve the setback as it causes no harm to neighboring properties or the neighborhood or the master plan. And also approve the variances in parking and the sidewalk due to the unconventional, oddly shaped lot and existing trees, if that is okay with the council.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I'm sorry, David. Did you talk about this parking credit? Did you put that in the motion? I just want to make sure they're covered.
Yeah, he took
Okay, did I miss that? Okay.
Yeah, combine it with the sidewalk.
Okay,
Instead,
okay.
the side,
I just want to make sure
the
they're
same hardship for both.
Okay.
Is the shape of
Good
the
deal.
lot.
Okay.
That clarifies it.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Congratulations,
y'all.
guys. We look
Good
forward
luck.
to seeing the end result.
Make me glad of living in it.
That's pretty exciting stuff. All right, I've got to start my lunch on that.
Mr. Chairman, are we in recess, I see, since I'm losing a quorum?
I just need to stand up for a minute.
Okay. Board B in recess. We'll come back. Case 39 is next.
Have you been to Centennial Park to see the little greenhouse over there?
in this R8 UZO district to construct a 1,350 square foot single-family residence with porches and decks. Referred to the board again under section 1740, 670, excuse me. Let me put on screen here. I have to give y'all a little history lesson. The lot which you see here is bound in red is on the north margin of West Grove, just east of 12th Avenue South. Again, it's in the R8 district, and typically R8 requires a minimum lot area of 8,000 square feet, except in certain instances, and this is one of them. This lot, based upon the area shown here, is 3,625 square feet. The section of the code that we're talking about is 1740-670, and since we've never ran into this, let me read it for you. 670 is our section dealing with non-conforming lot area. It says within the R, RS, RM, RMA, and it lists all the residential type zone districts. A single-family structure may be constructed on a legally created lot contains less than the minimum lot area. In this case, the minimum lot area is 8,000 square feet. Provided the lot contains a minimum area of 3,750 square feet in area and existed, two-part test, and existed prior to the effective day of the ordinance codified. Well, the ordinance codified is our current zoning code, so this lot had to have been in existence prior to 1/1 of 98. This lot was created in 1949. It is the same dimensions on the deed as it is today. It's 25 by 145. The instance here is our position is this lot is not a buildable lot, and the applicant would have to request a variance in lot area. The provision required for this lot would be 3,750, and the applicant's, as you see, is 3,625. So he's requesting a variance of 125 square feet to construct this house. The house that is constructed must comply with the setbacks. 20-foot rear, the average of the homes to either side on the front, and the side setbacks would have to be complied with. The subject property is, as you see here, this parcel runs the length of the driveway area here. This is the lot in question. The parcels to either side are the homes to the left and right. And these are a view of those structures. And then a view looking west toward 12th Avenue South. And you see the sidewalk along West Grove Avenue. But I return to the survey here and the applicant's proposed thing. I do want to discuss with both parties here, this board cannot rule on ownership of this or easements or anything of that nature. That is a private matter between you all that you'll need to work out in another venue. What is in before them is the overall lot area. So if we can keep discussions, and I understand, I just want to get that out on the front end. But that's really the case record as we have it. Gentlemen, if you would please identify yourselves and make your presentation. You'll have 15 minutes for your presentation.
I'm Ricky McReynolds, the owner of this property that we're discussing. The gentleman to my left is Mr. Mark Starolis, who is the gentleman that has offered me a contract to purchase my property and to, quite frankly, build on it. I'm the owner of the property I acquired in October 2007 from a Metropolitan Government of Davidson County tax sale. It was public knowledge just for anybody to come out and bid, and I was successful. I had maintained the property for since that time. In 2009, I contacted the adjacent owners, or not really the adjacent owners, but my neighbors, quite frankly, and offered them the right to buy the property from me. They made me an offer that was nowhere near what the property was valued. And then a couple of years expired, and then the gentleman who actually bid it against me, I called and offered him a right to purchase the property, upon which he gave me a contract for such, and also the fact that put me in touch with a title company that could help us quiet the title, because we had to quiet the title from the tax sale in order to get real title insurance. So with this going on, We take our processes, we go through the steps of what we thought we could do. I've even had called Mr. Sonny West, the late Sonny West, after I'd acquired the property and asked him if I could build. He stated that the property was grandfathered in and that I could build on my own lot. Certainly, some other time had elapsed, and now that we have a potential buyer involved who can develop the land, we had to come back before you and, quite frankly, ask for 5 feet so that we could have the right square footage to build a property. And the way that the use is now, the 5 feet that we're asking for in variance is the entire use of the property because we can't do anything with it. And so that's really the request that I would like for the board to hear, in hopes that if we're allowed the 5 feet, I could sell the property and or develop the property and move forward.
So you're saying that without the 5-foot variance, nothing can be built here because of
That
the...
is exactly right,
Okay.
sir.
Thanks.
Why did you buy this property?
Sir, I actually bought the property because I live in this zip code, 37203. I'm right there at 8th and Wedgwood. The family's been there 48 years. My mother retired from Vanderbilt, and quite frankly, I came home to root and be close to where I could have a home in the area and quite frankly, be close to her. And then there's another undercurrent here. The 12th South District is a very hot district right now, and I wanted to be in that zip code of 203.
So you bought the property to build something that you would live in?
Well, I bought it to own it as an asset, and to also, if things worked out economically, I would certainly want to build on it myself.
Do you know of any houses that are this narrow in that neighborhood?
Yes, sir. There are some right there. Well, when you say the neighborhood, I may skip over to another zip code, 37204, which would say run the corridor between 9th Avenue, let's say Douglas, 8th Avenue all the way over to, quite frankly, 12th. There are several homes that I have seen that have this floor plan, 15 feet across, 3 stories up, right there on Gilmore, right there on Montrose. Quite frankly, a lot of them in our neighborhood, and even on the street where I am on West Grove. They have made them duplexes where one is one building and one is another, but they're using that type of floor plan of 15.
But you know, 15 feet wide.
Yes, sir, 15 feet wide. And I've also seen them in the Salem community neighborhood here in Salem community. I want to say that's North Nashville, near Germantown.
Joey, a point of clarification on this. Mr. McReynolds had mentioned that they were asking for a 5-foot variance, but as I understand it, the variance we're talking about is the lot area, which is 125. They needed 125 square feet more.
It is. It's not technically a variance of 5 feet, but it's.
But it's equivalent. Okay.
Yeah. Had it been 150 feet deep, they would actually have the lot area. They would have had it.
Right. So 5 feet more times. Okay. I just want to understand where you were thinking of 5 feet versus what the slide showed. Thank you.
Joey, can you go back? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you go back to the pictures of the property? Okay. Here's my question. If you're going to build where this driveway is, exactly how are these people that are living on these 2 other places? Is this a shared access driveway with both these other homes?
If I may address that, Ms. Jones.
Please.
No, it's not a shared driveway. Actually, my line. I'm sorry. Actually, my line is to the left. It's just a little bit to the left of the driveway. It is a 25-foot front, 145 deep.
No, I understand, but the driveway is within this whole piece of property that you own, so what's going to happen to these other access to the other homes?
If I may say, when Mr. West and I spoke about this, he said the 5 feet was actually taken because of the alley that you needed to have room for in the back. He also,
alley behind you.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And thank you for saying so. And just to.
Sorry.
Just to go a little bit farther, he also stated too that the homeowners could have access to their property via the alley.
So they don't need to have access to this driveway?
That's right.
Okay, but currently, they're using your property as access to their homes, both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wow.
Have you spoken to your council person about this?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what does she say?
Well, Ms. Sandra Moore conveyed, she asked me about it a couple of weeks ago at church. She's a church member as well, and she said that, what about this? And I told her about the 5 feet that we were needing to make this combination work so I could sell the property, and she was amenable.
Does that mean she was in support of it?
Yes, sir. She said she was in support of it.
Still a little confusion on that what the 5 feet meant. But if you had 5 feet more in the back, you'd have 125 square feet.
Yes, sir.
That's what,
That goes into the alley.
Is the property line a little bit wider than the driveway there that we see?
Yes, sir. Mr.
By about 3 or 4 feet?
Yes, sir. It's actually 25 feet
You look at
by 145 feet. I've had it surveyed. I've had it surveyed. I've had it appraised.
Does your property, it looked like, just from the picture, that the existing dwelling, I guess number 43 up there, had does your property cut into that arbor?
So you're gonna
So
have
your
them
your neighbors
encroaching in your property.
is, okay. So that's why it may appear to be smaller on this picture, but that wooden structure that we see to the left is really in your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So when you purchased the property, did the same person own either the site or both of the adjacent properties? Do you know?
No, sir. They did not. The property was owned by, I have that right here if you bear with me. It was owned by Sherry L. Cox Nickings and Linda Sue Schote Litgarm.
How are they going to treat the front of that?
Joey, I'm sorry, are there any issues how long have they been on that property, using the property? Are there any
Well,
issues?
that was kind of what I alluded to at the beginning. There may be civil actions between these parties to work out easements and encroachments that it's really not before y'all, and it's really not for us as a coast department.
And I would mention, forgive me for chiming in uninvited, but I would mention that it's fortunately for this honorable board, well outside of the scope of what you have to consider on this particular case, tricky though that may be.
But it is right for us to hear it, and it's duly in front of us by the owner, and so we can hear it. There's no reason why we shouldn't hear it today.
If by that you mean that you feel like those are salient facts, then certainly...
That the person owns the property.
Well, the facts of ownership are certainly relevant to this situation, I would think.
Well, does the person own the property then?
Oh, that's a legal distinction that I would have to leave to the civil courts here in Davidson County, because if there's a question as noted on the...
Well, I would push back and say if this person is not the owner of the property, we need to be asked to have variances by the actual owner. So if there's some reason why you would think that that's in question, I would rather us not get into this right now.
The documents before you even make at least passing reference to the possible adverse possession, if you'll notice on the far left-hand side on the diagram. Even the documents themselves speak to that possibility, so that may be something worthy of consideration.
I know...
We have jurisdiction over this discussion.
I'm not sure. I wish our chairman, Chris Whitson, our other lawyer, was here, but I'm sure if he was here, he would and also feel that if there's a question of ownership, kind of like I do, maybe this is not the right person or the right time to be hearing this case.
Maybe we should close the public hearing for a minute so we can make a decision on this.
Okay. Joey?
Joey?
How do you determine
close the public hearing on 30.
Well, let's talk to our attorney. So it was bought at a tax sale, according to the applicant, that he tried to quiet the title or did quiet the title, but there's still some kind of controversy. Is there current litigation related to this?
If there is, I'm unaware.
Okay.
Is there a clear title?
If there is, I'm unaware.
Oh, so you asked if there's a clear title, and you said you're not aware if there's a clear title to this?
Correct.
Okay.
So we don't even know he's the owner at this moment. What will we be granting him if it runs with the property?
Easements would, but to the extent that you're granting the specific variance,
It's based on this specific design. So how it can't run with the property?
right.
Okay.
It can't.
I feel, okay, folks, I know, I feel
The only other note I would make is that while a variance can run with the land, you hit it on the head. The specific design, which is what you're considering as to whether or not to give the variance, would change in the event of or would potentially change in the event of a different determination of ownership, if such were to be the case. I'm sorry if that sounds obtuse. The good direct answer is, yeah, the design is part of what you're approving for a variance, and if approved, that variance could run with the land. But again, you may be looking at a different design concept if it's a different
It sounds to me like we have a
owner.
cart and horse issue going on right now.
And
A cart, but maybe not a horse.
And I would,
We're horseless.
I would rather this board not get in the middle of something
It's not been decided yet.
that we need to know who the owner is. And if the person that comes in front of us may or may not own this property, I don't think we should be hearing it until.
We don't need to be leveraged in some other question as saying, I've already received. I mean, I think that just.
Yeah, to go to court, well, so look, I got this, they gave it to me.
Yeah.
So what do we do, defer this until such time as
Until we've got a clarity of.
What's your advice, counsel?
Yeah, what is your?
Ownership of the property is something that can be documented, and that documentation may, in fact, be very valuable to this board in your determination of how best to proceed. There may be some considerable value in deferring this matter until such time that the applicant can produce the appropriate documentation demonstrating
Has that
title
applicant
ownership.
been asked to produce ownership documentation from our perspective?
I mean, from our perspective, the tax roll lists that gentleman as the owner of the property.
And that's all you need to know?
That's all I need. It doesn't even have to be the owner.
But
It could
the
be
title and
potentially-
other issues are still lurking out there, and obviously this is something that our lawyer has
By the way, beautifully said.
has suggested it to us that we need to verify that ownership in a different way.
I'm with you, and I'm not comfortable right now giving him any sort of decision without proof of ownership.
But now, do we need to have someone from opposition say that, I mean, we've seen that there are
I think this-
neighbor structures
yes.
on the land, and
I think basically this is a standing issue that, that if he's not the proper person to bring this case, we just can't hear the case. As an opposition, we can have them come up and say whatever, but if we can't hear the case until the owner of this property comes up and states their case, that's a whole.
However, I don't recall, and I agree with what you're saying, but I don't recall us ever stipulating that appellant had to prove ownership.
I think it was assumed that.
I guess I'm comfortable with hearing what the opposition's issue is, and if the issues are raised that suggest that we need to have those settled before we decide, then we.
Part of the opposition could be, hey, he didn't own it because he bought it at tax.
And then I say, let's defer till.
And I don't
we get those
know
questions
when he
answered.
bought it, and obviously the public hearing is closed right now, but obviously if you buy a property at a tax sale, there's a certain period of time where the real owner can get it back and buy it, so.
See, I find value
when you're-
in that if part of the opposition is, hey, I own this, that's one reason to defer, but one of the documents on file now, the previous thing we were just looking at, Joy, it said possible adverse ownership, and to me, that's good enough to say, yeah, I don't want to hear this.
And particularly with our lawyer saying basically the same thing, it's like, you might want to wait.
Well, but then again, I think that's supposition. I mean, Code Department, and Joy has the tax record to go by that shows the appellant being the owner of the property.
In deference to the Code Department.
We can't sit here and hash through challenges to the ownership of the property. I think we have to vote up or down on the merits of the appeal and then let somebody else, if they have a problem with ownership, that's hashed out somewhere else later down the road. Now, maybe we could put a condition if we granted an approval,
But we are-
subject to.
But if we give him a variance and he starts building, that just muddies this up. If it has to go to some other case and he says, well, I was allowed to build and it's my property and now you owe me, even if you have to get it back within a year.
I think just by hearing the case, we've become a party.
Well, we haven't heard the case. We've just started to discuss the case. We have not made a ruling. We could defer it. And so we haven't taken a position one way or the other.
There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with stepping back and getting clarification on this. I mean, it's silly for us to go ahead and proceed at this moment. And we have too many people that are saying.
And I think from a logical standpoint, this is such an unusual property, 15 feet wide.
I'm not comfortable with understanding the whole.
Property is 25 feet, the house is
15 feet.
15 feet.
That, this is something that we just don't need to assume that everything is proper on the ownership yet until all this is resolved, because it's so close to these houses. I could see some issues coming up that if he starts building, it just complicates all the other things that if you look at this property line and where it goes and how it overlaps.
Well, maybe we would be in order to make a motion to approve, defer until we have validation of ownership.
Based, on the facts of the case, and also, after consulting with our lawyer, there are some serious issues on who owns this property right now.
And who we're giving authority to. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. Make a motion.
I move we defer until such time as documentation, verification of proof of ownership of this property is brought before the board, right?
Sounds good.
That sounds great, but what does that mean? Because I'm the guy that enforces your order. What do you need? What documents do you need?
I would like our documents that we're viewing that are on record,
I would, maybe this is too much of a burden. I do title work myself, but I think if a legitimate standard title company can also show us a report of complete ownership of this property, given the boundaries of this property too, that carries a lot of weight. If someone's willing to write a title policy saying that is the owner, I think that carries weight with everybody. And the documentation that a title company will require for them to issue such a letter is huge. So if he could produce that letter from one of the 3 or 4 major title underwriters nationwide, that goes a long way, because they'll be on the hook if it's not.
So do we need to amend the motion?
Yeah, I think so.
Joey just asking for clarification.
I need clarification,
I don't think.
because you said we need proof he's the owner. Well,
I think we need a title policy.
He is the owner. So I need some guidance.
Documenting the actual boundary lines and the actual owner before we move on this property.
Do you have a question, sir?
Wait, no, the hearing's still closed.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to make sure everybody's clear on
Let me
that.
withdraw the motion and maybe you rephrase it with what you're talking about, because that's what Joey needs. So I'll withdraw.
I make a motion that we defer this case until the time that we clear up the ownership of this property, and the way to clear this up is that we are presented with a title insurance policy with the actual owner's name and the boundaries of this lot, that a company is basically ensuring that this person owns it, and if it's not, they're on the hook, because the documentation that's required to get that policy, I think, would answer all our questions. And so based on also the advice of our lawyer and the very unusual narrowness of this lot and the narrowness of the house, I think it calls for this board to request more documentation.
I'll second.
All right.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
So moved.
For the last one.
The first motion was withdrawn, and then
And I did the motion, and he seconded it.
Did they have anything, did you all have anything else that you wanted
There's
to?
nothing they can add. No public
Not to
hearing.
add, over, Jay.
It's done.
I was going to say, you need to talk to Joe.
This is over. I'll do my best.
But basically, you know, if
I am
someone
not in
can show
disagreement.
us a title policy,
Yeah,
and it
okay.
has those boundaries, and it has an owner,
Right.
we're good.
I know, but for the record, Coach Department is not arguing with you. Coach Department is saying, board, I need guidance. What do you need? I'm not disagreeing with what you're
Right.
saying. I'm not agreeing, but I don't want that to be taken wrongly. I just need to know what you need.
You know what you need now, right?
The property
Somewhat clear.
was a property, are we still within the 1-year buyback for the property for the person? That's on that, okay. But like I said, a title and company gets to
Yes, your
determine.
secretary will seek the advice of Metro Legal before scheduling this case again.
Right, because there are two issues. There's not only the ownership of the property, there are the boundaries of the property too. And while the title company might give you a letter saying this person owns the property, they might be very uncomfortable saying that this is a 25-foot property that he owns based on how he bought it. And they might say it's only 20 feet. And that's relevant to us.
Or 24 feet, and then what we've approved could be argued moot.
All right, moving on, we'll call the next case, case 2012-27, final case for today. L&H Building Group LLC is the appellant and owner of the property located at 146 45th Avenue North. They are requesting a variance in street and rear setbacks in the RS 7.5 UZO district to construct a 2,000 square foot, two-story, single-family residence referred to the board under section 1712.020A. The appellant has alleged the board would have jurisdiction under section 1740.180 item.
Aren't you glad you guys waited?
That's right.
The subject.
We decided we needed to have some kind of door prize or something.
Yes. Now,
We would love that.
for matters of the record, this case was deferred at the meeting of March 15th at the applicant's request. If you'll recall, Councilmember Holloman was here, discussed with you all about a deferral, give them time to talk. They're back before you now. For record purposes, I've got to go through this again. So,
But we didn't hear this before?
you did not, never came. This public hearing never started.
Okay.
This subject property is located on the east margin of 45th Avenue North between Wyoming and Utah Avenues. The lot here is RS 7.5. On a side note, this lot is also legally non-conforming as to lot area. Like the previous case, the difference here is that from the Coach Department's perspective, the zoning administrator, there was a house on this lot. So this house was demolished. They are requesting to rebuild on this lot with the proposed setbacks that you see here. For us, the lot, although insufficient in lot area, had a home on it. We feel they're vested in that home so long as they rebuild in accordance with the setbacks. That having been said, they're proposing variances, which you see here. Street setback to the front of 7'6" and rear 7'2". This is an alleyway. This is a side setback. It conforms, and obviously conforms to the adjoining property line north. You see a similar structure across the street on that. This is the lot, subject property here, looking east onto the site toward the front of where the residence would be. And then the home parcels on either side. The bottom left would be the home directly across the street. And then the parcel to the north would be the photographed on the right-hand side of this slide. This view in the upper left is looking north. This would be the area of the rear setback variance. And then the bottom right photograph is the area that would be the street setback variance. And putting back the site plan, that's the case records. We have it. Opposition present. Both sides opposition, yes? Okay.
So, Joy, did I understand what you said, that if they had built on the same footprint, it wouldn't be an issue?
Yes. This lot, because it's kind of back up, TCA, both the Tennessee Code annotated and Metro, provide no protections for single-family uses in the zoning code. Now, I say that in this instance. There are some instances where single families are protected under Metro Code law. This is not one of them. But for us, the structure that's here that was legally constructed prior to any of the county merged, city-county merged zoning codes. Honestly, I don't know. It may have predated any zoning at the time. But at the time the structure was constructed, it was legal. It conformed to whatever setbacks at the time. As the two codes came in, Metro merged, they started requiring different setbacks. So that the house became grandfathered. But once that house is removed, whether it's by fire, flood, force majeure, or they chose to tear it down, when they go back, they have to conform to the setbacks. There's nothing that vests you in that footprint.
Clearly, they want to build this the same.
I'll let them govern. Yeah, that's my understanding. Yes, that's my understanding on that. So. All right. With that, I'll turn it over to you guys. If you would, please identify yourselves and make a presentation,
One of
please.
our members has to leave. That's
All
going
right.
to leave us with
Record
four.
reflect Mr. Ewing has departed.
So you can explain the rules about 4 votes?
Yes,
four members.
we now have 4 members present. You need all 4 of these votes. Today, if you fail to get them, we will reschedule you for a new public hearing at the next available, which would be May the 17th. It'd be the third Thursday in May. We'll handle notices and signs.
We'll go ahead. My name's Jonathan Helm. I'm a member of LNH Building Group, and what we're here to ask today is to be able to go back and construct a new home with the existing footprint of the home that was there. If we have to meet the current setbacks, the house would be 20 feet deep and 50 feet wide is what we could build, and we sure don't feel that that would fit within the parameters of the neighborhood and keep the same streetscape going down 45th Avenue. That lot only measures 60 by 60, when I believe that majority of the ones in the neighborhood are 50 by 150. So that's the reason that we're seeking the front and rear setbacks. We've got neighborhood support from several other neighbors, and I believe that the neighbor across the street was granted a variance as well to do an addition on the rear of her house. So that's all we're asking today, is to be able to go back with the existing footprint that was there.
What happened to the original house?
The plan was on the original house was to use the foundation of the original home, had an engineer come out and certify before any demolition was done that the footings were proper and substantial. Well, in doing demolition, we found out that the footings were not. They're only 2 to 3 inches thick, and I can't, in good conscience, put anything back on that.
And you're not in a historical overlay?
No, sir.
Or any other?
No, sir.
So if you're building back on the same footprint, what did I miss when he was answering my
You said
question?
because when the codes came together, the setbacks were a lot, you changed.
Yeah.
Right.
Fire, flood, disaster,
So,
whatever
okay.
takes the house away.
They have to come back with the new setbacks.
Okay, so I guess the question is, why are you coming now for the variance? Why didn't you, did you not know when you did the demolition?
That's correct.
They discovered it when they did the engineer's report on this.
Right.
But they're still going to demolish the house, but leave the footings.
They wouldn't have had, they could have built right back on that original slab. They can't if they have to take that.
We were going to use the same footing and the same block that was there.
So I guess,
But it would have been the same problem, is what
I
I'm
guess
saying.
my question is, you say you're going back on the same footprint, the new footing footprint.
Yes, sir.
Where the other things were.
Yes, sir.
What constitutes footprint? The foundation? Or so-
People saying the footprint doesn't matter, right?
Basically, it's us. It sounds like a hardship issue on the size of the property from where they originally built, and they need a variance to do the same house, in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, keeping with the character of the house. Now that they discovered that the footings were bad, they have to come here for a
Can you
variance.
clear us up on that one more time, George?
Once the house was demolished, the location of the foundations in whatever state of repair or usability is irrelevant. Once that house comes down, they have to conform to setbacks.
So they needed a variance regardless.
Need a variance anyway, whether the foundations were in perfect shape or not. They had to come.
Because of hardship situation.
It is a variance, yeah. It's a true hardship-based type thing.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
Just believe that the lot's so shallow, and that if we go the other way where it's 20 by 50, there are some trees that'll be affected that we would rather not have to remove. on the lot.
Okay, you will have 13 minutes and 31 seconds left for rebuttal time.
Thank you. I'm sorry, did you introduce yourself, ma'am?
I didn't. I'm Rebecca Bird. I'm the real estate agent who sold them the property.
Okay, so
just coming.
I just want to get your name on record in case you wanted to be a part of the rebuttal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You having fun today?
Tell us about it.
Introduce yourselves.
Sure. I think I'll start. Good afternoon. My name is John Houghton, and my wife and I, Mikhail, live at 4412 Utah Avenue. It's the property immediately to the south of the property in question. And we're here today to request that the board deny the application for a variance. Briefly, our concerns with the proposed building are the height and massing of the structure relative to the size and location of the lot. The current design proposes to extend 47.5 feet across a 60-foot deep lot at a height of over 30 feet for the majority of the structure. On a block and in a neighborhood where homes are typically 30 feet wide east-west and 20 feet tall, the proposed building on an undersized lot, as Joey has noted, clearly undermines the integrity of the neighborhood and its general character and appearance. Furthermore, we also believe the variance falls short on at least 3 of the 7 standards required to grant a variance. Standard C, that the hardship is not self-imposed. The alleged difficulty or hardship has been created by the property owner through the demolition of the existing non-conforming structure. Standard D, financial gain, not only the basis. The request for a variance from both the front and rear setbacks from 20 feet each to approximately 6.25 feet for each is simply in the interest of trying to maximize the building footprint and total square footage. There's no reason it's 20 feet or 47.5. There could be a middle ground, so it's not an either-or proposition. And so we think that trying to maximize it to that 47.5 feet is simply in the purpose of financial gain. And finally, no injury to neighboring property, Standard E. We believe the request as it stands would result in a 47.5 foot by 30 foot wall along the property line, completely dominating the view from and relationship to our backyard. You can talk about the historic precedent of the footprint, which again is really irrelevant, as Joey mentioned, because once you demolish it, you have to abide by the zoning code. But if you want to talk about that, you also talk about the historic pattern of the heights of the homes. All the homes on the block are one story. Ours is 1,200 feet and then 600 feet in an attic, so 1,800 square feet total. We have 4 kids. We live comfortably in there, so it's not a question again of is that a hardship to have a smaller home or footprint. So another important factor to take in consideration, this is something that Joey mentioned in the previous case, and I guess I respectfully disagree with his interpretation on it in this, is that we're also dealing with a non-conforming lot area, which requires that minimum 3,750 square feet to construct a single-family structure. The lot in question is less than that amount. So the variance request as it stands is itself incomplete. And importantly, any variance request from the bulk standards only exacerbates the undersized lot condition, in our opinion. So just in summary, we again request that the board deny the application for a variance. The variance request as it stands undermines the integrity of the neighborhood and its general character and appearance, fails at least 3 of the 7 standards required to grant a variance, and 3 involves an undersized conforming lot that does not permit construction of a single-family structure. Thank you for your careful consideration, and be happy to answer any questions.
How long have you lived in your home where you are now?
10 years. 10 years.
So if you lived there 10 years, you did see the other dwelling that was on this property?
It's been there until, whatever, 6 months ago when they demolished it.
Okay. Was that reflective of the same thing they're trying to accomplish now?
No, that was the single-story building.
Okay.
As I think in some of those photos Joey showed, everything's single-story. Right there, any of those pictures. And people have gone into the attic space like we have to get the additional, 400 to 600 square feet.
Can you go back to the overhead view, Joey? Which house is yours?
Immediately to the south. That one right there, yes.
Okay.
So how big is this house to the west of the property across 45th?
I don't know. She's expanded.
Yeah, that's the one with the red or brown
right there.
shutters. That's directly across it. My name's Mikhail Houghton. That's the house in the lower left corner is the one that's directly across the street from the property that they acquired.
Joey, can you go back to the aerial, please? Tell us about the size of the house. It's catty corner. If you looked up to your left right there.
That one?
It's a 1.5 story, I guess it would be Victorian, right? So,
I'm not sure.
yeah, it's not, I don't think it's quite as tall as the one directly across the street.
Ms. Jones, if you give me just a minute, I can pull up an aerial orthograph for this lot. I don't know what I just did there, but there we go.
It's 5 o'clock.
One of the questions, it looks like the dormer orientation of the new house is opposite of what the old house was. And so when you talked about height and massing, it looks to me from the old drawing of the old house that you were looking at kind of the top of what would be, a second story just based on the pitch of the roof. And now you're going to be looking at a side of the roof. And I'm not sure. Help me understand. It appeared from your statement that it was a fairly dramatic difference, and I'm not understanding that from what I see visually. Help me understand what your point was about it being more dramatic.
Well, the point is that most of the homes on our block and really throughout the neighborhood are a single story. Most have been expanded to the attic, so it's single story and a half, but they're all largely 20 feet high. And so this is being proposed, as proposed, would be 30 feet high with the full 2 stories plus the dormer space. And then taking it for the full 47 and a half feet across the lot, that to us is a pretty dramatic difference.
The current house was 47 square feet, right?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. I mean, that was the testimony before was that it was.
I don't believe it was.
Okay.
We can measure it, yeah.
That's fair enough. I just wanted, if there's a difference, we can figure that out. I just wanted to make sure that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you have issue with the height variance, but, with the height, but they're not.
I'm not, that's not my point. My point was that I think it fails on 3 of the standards required to grant a variance, which again are the hardship is not self-imposed, financial gain is not the only basis, which I think it is. You're trying to maximize the square footage. Again, it could certainly be anything between the 20 that the setback requires, both the front and the rear setbacks would require, to something greater than that. So it's not, again, I don't think it's an either-or proposition. And then finally, I think there is injury to a neighboring property, particularly ours. If in the future if we sell, we don't plan to, but as someone is now looking at again a 47.5 foot, 30 foot high wall.
And I'd like to speak to the neighborhood support or non of the project. They distributed a letter to us that said, that included this drawing, of the proposed home. And in the letter, it said that if the variance was not granted, the home, quote, would have to resemble a trailer. I think that if the choice is this home or a trailer, then of course the neighbors are, if they have signed letters of support, then the neighbors would probably sign the letters of support. I don't think that's really the choice. I think that there's some sort of a compromise that's a more reasonable sized home for the neighborhood. That's in keeping with the home, the profile of the home across the street. not a 2.5-story home.
I guess I'm looking at these homes that are around this particular home, and they look substantially larger than the lot we're
That
talking
picture,
about.
that aerial of the blue home is, I just think it's misleading because they're not, I don't think they're 30 feet high, these homes.
No, not at all, they're 20.
But these are quite
The,
large.
Oh, that's new construction over
That's
there.
new construction with the 2 sidewalks.
If you
That's
go to our block, which is this way,
yeah, there's,
I mean, those are all 20 feet tall at max at the ridge line of the roof.
Oh, look how significantly smaller they are.
Question for Joey. What's the height limit if they were to build to the setback? What's the limit on what they can build height-wise?
They can go 3 stories.
3 stories, actually, after a particular house in the downtown area was constructed, it's 45 feet.
So they can go 45 feet. They can go to 45 feet, he says. Okay.
I'd like to add that the people who lived there prior lived there for over 10 years. They rented the house. When that property owner passed away, they looked into purchasing the house. And, she was the secretary at Vanderbilt, and he did odd handyman jobs. So they weren't especially savvy, but they understood the limitations of the property, and they chose not to purchase that property, and they moved out and purchased someplace else. So, if I think that if they understood the limitations of the property, then I wonder about the intentions of, the current owner. Did they know all along that the foundation wouldn't support this house? Probably.
But as we've determined, it doesn't really matter.
It wouldn't matter, yeah.
If they redid the house, they would be in the same spot.
They'd still have to come before us for variance.
I'd be happy to share this letter with you that says
We
if
have
they don't
copies.
get the variance, that they'd
We've
have
got
to
copies
build
of all that.
something that looks like a trailer.
Yeah, we've got that for review.
But, the neighborhood, the letters that were signed were part of the packet that was signed.
They submitted that.
Do you have anything further you want to add?
No, just to reiterate going from 20-foot setback to 6.25 feet seems to me to be a pretty drastic change, and it's also, or a request. And again, to me, it's simply a request in terms of financial gain and interest. And if that's one of the standards for requesting a variance to find an affirmative to that standard, then I don't see how it can.
I'm not sure I understand the financial gain argument. So you're saying that by maximizing their lot or their real property, that's. I mean, is that not what everybody does with their property?
It's not supposed to be the only reason you're doing something. But it's part of.
But why do you buy a house or why do you build a house? Is it not for financial gain? I mean.
No, but that's one of the standards for granting a variance.
I know, but I'm arguing that.
It's not the only basis.
Yeah, but I'm arguing that that's not for financial gain. When somebody buys a home, it could be argued that's for financial gain. I mean, that's why we have this appeal process, so people can come and maximize their lot, or if they have an odd lot, like this is an odd lot, based on what's around it. So I'm not really sure.
I guess I would disagree that what's at stake is to maximize somebody's development on a given lot. I don't think that's the role of the variance. I think the variance is to accommodate the hardship.
But I'm not saying that well, I guess we disagree. I don't think that's.
And I think you have to separate the issue.
Unusual motivation, and I don't think that fits within the financial gain.
Well, I think you have to separate the issue of buying a home and hope that it appreciates versus building a home to sell as a home builder and maximizing the square footage so that you can obviously earn the greatest profit from that.
And
That's the financial gain in the sense of, why do we want the setback variance from both the front and the rear to be as large as it is?
I think Ms. Jones is correct. That's if that's all they were asking for look, we have to do this, or we're not going to be able to get our money out, or it's just not going to make our house valuable, then that is a reason
That's right. That's
to turn it down. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying that the property is unusually small.
Well, we,
Because it says it can't be the only reason.
well, we,
No, it says you have to find an affirmative response to all 7 standards, is what it says in the code. So if you can't say yes to that one, that it's not part of the equation, then you can't grant the variance.
Sylvan Park is a neighborhood with, fairly small homes. Our home is 1,800 square feet, so I think that it's reasonable on an undersized lot to have a home that's not 2,000 square feet, that's maybe 1,500 or 1,800 square feet. In the interim from the last meeting to this meeting, we exchanged one email with the property owner and, basically requested that this very large house be sort of downsized a bit to fit on the lot. And that conversation, unfortunately, didn't go anywhere. So it's not, I think we're very willing to compromise, but, just maybe downsize the home a bit so it's in keeping with the house across the street, with the lot. It's proportional on the lot and with the other homes in the neighborhood.
If they're within their rights to go up 3 stories and they went to the setbacks, what would your position be then? I mean,
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
how would you feel then? I mean, if they're entitled to build 3 stories tall if they meet the setbacks.
Right, and that's fine. I mean, if they want to do 20-foot wide home, I'm sorry, a 20-foot deep home, 3 stories, have at it. And I'm not debating the height at all. It's because obviously that's not what the variance is requesting. It's the rear and front setbacks. And my concern, not to beat a dead horse, is the extent of the variance request, or the amount of the variance request for the rear and front setback.
All right, I'm having a little bit of trouble with the logic if the original house that sat on that property already had these same exact setbacks. What is it that is creating the difference in what was already existing as far as those setbacks are concerned? It seems to me that...
It was 1.5 stories high. It was a cottage. It was a cottage structure. It was 1.5 stories high. This is 2.5 stories high.
Okay.
Anything further to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The appellant come back up and
So I'm Rebecca Bird. I said that earlier. I did just want to clarify on a couple of comments that she made. Our real estate office is located in this neighborhood, and we do a great deal of business there. She did end up saying the property that was there was 1.5 stories. What was not clarified, the property had been built in 1930. Two, it had no access to the crawl space, so nobody could have purchased that home with a loan. It had to be a cash deal. So I think that's one of the things that got us into this situation that maybe prevented anyone else from purchasing the home. And then the other thing would be that Sylvan Park really does not have a normal home right now. We have a variety of homes and a variety of sizes, and a number of the new construction properties that are going in are substantially larger than their predecessors. So this is not in keeping with what's going on in the rest of the neighborhood. We just happen to have a smaller lot to work with.
And I just wanted to clarify that the foundation that you have seen is that is exactly what was there, and it is actually still in the ground to this day. We left it in place, so that's exactly what was there, and we certainly weren't trying to threaten or intimidate anybody with the letter that we sent out.
That was my wording, and that faulty wording. I had my broker read it just to make sure, because I was certainly not trying to upset anyone, but given the mathematical equation of it, that's what we're thinking. Okay, it's either long and narrow or it's square like it used to be, and that's what we want.
And I guess our original plan was to go back with the foundation that was there, and that's why what's proposed is proposed, and maybe not a different variation of that, and that's why specifically.
Can I ask a question that I think this falls under the purview of rebuttal, but is there no way that the house could actually be a little more centered, in other words, off the alley, or are you saying that?
Sure. I mean, we could definitely scoot that over, and we're not going to use any part of that existing foundation. We're going to pour all new, so it could be moved, but just...
I was looking for how much you were asking for.
One of the drawings showed there is a tree like if you're facing from the street, facing what was the house, there's a tree, and there was a really sweet side yard that we wanted to maintain for whomever would purchase that property, because of course you have the alley on the other side. So again, we were just trying to build back where it was, but obviously if it was favorable to everybody to move it over, that's fine. I think it would affect that
So
tree.
how much, I've lost my screen. How much setback, how much variance were we asking for on the street and the alley?
7.5 and 7.
I don't think it was any on the alley.
It's just the front and the back.
Front and rear.
Asking for 12.
Oh, it's the rear, it's the rear.
Yeah.
12 on the rear, is it?
Yes.
12 on the rear and 7.5 on the street. So is this going to be your home, or are you just feeling it's sell, or what?
Unfortunately not. We had bought it with the intent of my wife and I moving there, but she's pregnant now, so we're not going to be doing any upgrading right now. So when this home is constructed, it will be built and sold.
And how big a house?
It's 2,000 square feet. It's 1,000 square foot footprint, 2-story.
And it is just 2 stories.
It's 2
not
stories.
2.5
I'm not sure about
stories.
what 2.5 means, but it's just a 2-story home.
And we have looked at the possibility of taking a foot out of at least the upstairs ceiling. I mean, obviously, we're trying to make this work. We didn't intend to upset anyone.
Right, and I didn't know height was an issue when we drew it, and I didn't.
You're within the height
Okay,
restrictions.
okay.
That is not your issue.
Okay.
So just because I'm slow, it's really the rear and the street. There's not even an alley setback issue.
Right.
We're fine on
in the direction
sides.
of the opposition. Am I right about that? The opposition lives across the alley from this property?
Correct.
To the south.
To the
Yes,
south?
across the alley.
Okay. Sorry.
Anything further to add?
No, sir. Thank you for your
Any
time.
other questions? Joy, close the public
Close
hearing.
public hearing on case 27.
Okay, discussion time.
It's a small lot.
It's a small lot.
It's an unusually small lot for the neighborhood, it appears.
I think, given all the conditions in which we are talking about, the physical characteristics, the unique characteristics, that this was an existing foundation scenario as well. I understand they had to get a variance regardless. But after looking at all of the other houses that are being built in that area, I feel like it's pretty consistent with what's going up in the area. And I find it hard to understand why we wouldn't grant this.
Yeah, I was surprised that the house was only 2,000 square feet, because I think from the drawing it appeared to be bigger. And so I think, and I do understand where the assumption that it was 2.5 stories comes from, because there's a big window and from my drawing, it looks like I could stand in there and it would be a room. So I understand that, but it sounded like from what I heard that wasn't the case. And with a 2,000 square foot house, it certainly seems to be within the a range of what houses of that neighborhood are. And I don't know that that's even our purview, but I know that I'm compelled by the fact that it was on the lot that existed, and the house has been there for 80 years, and I don't have an issue with it, the house being built where it was.
I don't have an issue necessarily with it being built where it was. What concerns me is that if they were building the house for their own use, I could understand it. But it almost feel like they're coming in and obviously they're maximizing all they can to get out of it for an investment. And I don't know that I have a really good feeling about coming into a neighborhood that has a trend, if you want to call it that, and overbuilding that trend. You know, that's where I'm concerned.
But I guess my only concern about that is that's not really our decision as far as what they do with their property. Our decision is where they put it on the property.
That's true.
And so I'm struggling with the property owner's rights issue right now, that they bought this piece of property with the understanding that they had this house sitting on it, where it was located, and they could have built up, but they figure out that they've got an issue with the foundation, they've got issues with the house. I struggle with not validating that they purchased this house believing that they would have an opportunity to build on it, either on the existing or renovate it or whatever. I mean, we all have the property owner's rights issue here.
We do, but we also have what I believe is an obligation for due diligence when we go out and.
Oh, no, there's no question. There's no question.
I'm not so sure that was done in this case, We're talking.
So are you saying it's a financial gain issue for you?
Yeah, that's what I feel like, yeah.
Because I don't see the injury to the adjacent properties, and I certainly get the hardship on the size and shape. I think I expressed how I feel about the financial gain.
It just cannot be the only basis by which we make this decision.
That's my take. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've never. I've always taken that to mean that if the only reason you're doing this is for financial gain, then you can't do that. And I really don't see proof that is the only reason they're doing this. Participating in commerce is not a bad thing.
Economic development, right?
It's not.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think the last case that we heard, and I think it was last month or very recently, relating to the neighborhood, it made it clear that there's a lot of different opinions from the people that live in the neighborhood about what the neighborhood is about, what it should be about. It seems like it's a transitioning neighborhood somehow, meaning that things that are being built aren't necessarily what was there, I can't speak to whether that's good or bad, but I do know that we have had a lot of neighborhood association folks come and say, they like something or they didn't like something. In the last case, it was a homeowner that wanted to change their own home. So I'm really sympathetic to it. And I understand it, and I know I've lived in a neighborhood that transitioned over 20 years. I understand what it's like. But I kind of go back to, the lot, the shape of the lot, the fact that the house was there, and I have a tough time coming up with other than the argument that you have proposed, saying no, it probably is okay to do.
What's the lot size again?
60 by 60.
60 by 60.
50 by 60.
And it's an odd, given the rest of the houses and what we're seeing, it is an odd kind of corner. David, you ready to make a motion?
Sure. I move approval of case 2012-027, that we grant the variance based on the hardship of the unusual size and shape of the lot.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Okay, case will be rescheduled for May 17th. New notices, new signs will be posted for that. There's no fee charged to you all. We'll do that. And this case will be heard anew on that date. And for that, Board of Zoning Appeals is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay.
I tell you what, I just think
Shame on you.
creativity, there's plenty of creativity. That's what I'm fixing to see.